welcome everyone. It's Friday evening. Just checking if the audio works well. Cherno, I see you're listening. Can you tell me if you can hear me in Discord? That would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so on YouTube it works. Hopefully it works on Discord as well. Can hear you. Awesome. Awesome. Good to be back. Good to be back, guys. So back on the main server after some time. This is my first event back, and I'm very excited for it because we have a bunch of amazing players competing today, and the community has been more alive than ever these past days. And we also had a couple of events. Tao hosted one on Wednesday. Subu hosted one on yesterday, and I was actually very happy to compete for the first time in a tournament organized by Subu. Unfortunately, in the past, I had some technical issues, but looks like, I don't know, Parsec got better or connections got better or something, and I was able to compete, so I was very happy to do so. And today is Friday. We have our third major event. Check out tomorrow. It's going to be USFC. And maybe something on Sunday if Tao decides to host something. And it's actually very exciting because we're revamping the roles on the server. We're going to use a point system that is going to be a lot more dynamic than what it used to be, which means that all the new players that are very good right now, like Chernobyl, Plebeian, Landsknecht, and all these guys, now we'll have a chance to start from scratch, competing against some of the more established players on the server. So we're now starting a new era, where every major performance counts. So if you get a second place or a third place, the region that you're playing from will also give you a bonus if you manage to get a good performance from technically unfavorable regions. So for example, if you're from North America and if you get a top 3 spot on a European host, obviously you're battling a little bit more adversity than somebody that is playing on his host or local with a local connection in a local region, and you get more points for that. So it's going to be very excited, and I'm actually also very excited to see who's going to be at the top. And there's also going to be a special title for the best player in a specific week. We're still working on them. The point system is nearly done. We're just at the finishing part, and now we're just figuring out the names for the roles, and then we're going to be able to get it going. But what you need to know is that the point counting has already started since Wednesday. So Wednesday counted, yesterday counted, and today counts as well. So even if the system is not in place, what's going to happen today is going to affect the rankings as soon as we're going to publish them. So yeah, very excited for today's event for two reasons. First of all, and let me show you. We have almost all the great players in the server. So we got Oak, Subu, me, Pico, Maestro. He's probably free since it's the 4th of July. Happy anniversary, US. Tao, Chernobyl, the Ilya Topuria of our Hellish Quart server recently. Landsknecht, he did great yesterday. He almost reached the finals on Subu's host. Eve, obviously no introduction, and Plebeian, who's the current USFC champion. So we have a great lineup today, and we also have a great format in front of us. So we have 10 people. We're gonna split them into two groups of 5. These two groups are going to be played round robin style, so everyone fights against everyone. Um, and it's going to be on points, so whoever gets more points obviously is going to be at the top. Top three players from each group will qualify to the elimination stage, which is going to be the classic winners bracket, lower bracket, the best of two, best of one system that I usually use for my double elimination. But it's going to be a little bit of a trick. Top two qualify to the winners bracket. Number three qualifies to the lower bracket. Number 4 and number 5 in each group are unfortunately eliminated. Number 1 from Group A will face number 2 from Group B. So even though you get to the same stage, if you get the first place in your group, theoretically you're going to face a more accessible opponent. And now, in order to set these groups, which are obviously going to be by the way, let me just turn this off here. The groups are going to be extremely balanced and extremely tough. We're just going to use the wheel. Very simple wheel here. So A and B, which is basically Group A or Group B. So we're going with... so who was the first guy? Okay, so Oak, Subu, me and Pico. Okay, so let's do these first 4. So Oak is going to be in Group A. Congratulations. So Oak is going to be here. Let's see Subu. Subu is going to be in Group B, so Oak and Subu are not going to fight in the qualification stage. Next is, as I said, it's going to be me. Let's see who's going to be my opponent. It doesn't matter. It's going to be very tough from these two. Group B. So I'm going to be with Subu in the group. Let's see Pico. Pico is also going to be Group B. So unless somebody goes to A, we're going to find out the groups a lot faster. Next players are Maestro, Tao, and Chernobyl. So let's see Maestro. Maestro goes to Group A. Finally, we get somebody to Group A alongside Oak. Looks like a World Championship draw, right? Champions League draw. Okay. Next was Tao. Let's see. Tao with some very good performances lately as well. Tao in Group A. Okay. And we have Chernobyl, Landsknecht, Eve, and Plebeian. So let's see Chernobyl. Chernobyl is in Group B. A very tough competitor recently. He's actually won Wednesday's tournament. Next was Landsknecht. And we'll see if we're going to complete the Group B or if he's going to be in Group A. He is in Group A. Landsknecht is in Group A. So now we got Eve and Plebeian. Let's see who's first. Eve is first, so obviously the other player will be in the other group. So let's see Eve, which group he's going to be. Eve is in Group A. A? Yeah. And Plebeian obviously is going to be in Group B. So we have some bangers here. I want it to be in A. So in Group A, we got Oak, Maestro, Tao, Landsknecht, and Eve. it's gonna be very hard for somebody to be eliminated from this group. And then we have Subu, me, Pico, Chernobyl, and Plebeian. Again, a very tough group as well. All fights are going to be 7 flags, even in the qualifiers. I usually do 6, but since this is such a disputed tournament, let's do it. Let's do it with 7. And yeah, I hope you guys are going to enjoy the show. It's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be hard, but yeah, everybody's going to get at least 4 fights, so they're gonna have plenty of time to prove their skill. Good. Let's go back to the game. Let's make sure that we have the correct settings. So we got 7 flags for the entirety. Damage is at 1. Infinite stamina, no, because I used it a few days ago to train a bit. Okay, good. So it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to do 2 matches from Group A and 2 matches from Group B, because every group has two matches in each round. All right, so first round is going to be, and I haven't seen this matchup in a long time. Maestro and Eve are opening the dance today. Qualifiers are best. No. Qualifiers. So it's a round robin with 5 people. How to properly pronounce Knecht? Landsknecht. Isn't that right? Landsknecht. Maestro. I'm gonna quickly. That sounds correct. Okay. Maestro and Eve. In the qualifiers. Sounds correct. Okay, just gonna tell you one more time. Yeah, so in case somebody wants to check on the format again, it's Knecht. Landsknecht. Landsknecht, something like that.
Hello.
Hello, welcome Subu. How are you?
Doing great. Just got some food in me, so I'm ready for the tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great tournament. Congratulations for yesterday's win.
Thank you.
A very good opportunity for you to get some points today, and I actually think if you're gonna win the tournament today, you're probably gonna be going to be number 1. Although nobody has seen the rankings so far, but I'm doing them in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. All right. So again, if anyone has a question about how the format is gonna go, just go on Competition Talks, and it's going to be there. Now, Maestro versus Eve is the first fight, as I said. I'm gonna. By the way, you said something about competition calls. I know that. Let me see if I can call people there.
Yeah, the role for that place was removed, so if someone doesn't have it, it's hard to ping them. But if they already have the role, it's not a problem. So just keep that in mind. I think everyone has the role, but
yeah, just go on competition.
Or had the role, yeah.
Competition calls, so you can get the link from there.
Yeah, I think the problem is the channel is still kind of exclusive. I could probably go in and change that now, actually, but yeah, because some people don't see it. Yeah, Pekola just mentioned that. Maybe you can see it if you're pinged, but I think that was the problem we were having. So let me just go in and edit that.
Yeah, just make it public, but just a request for everybody. Um, if you want to talk, say GG and whatnot, just use competition talks and keep competition calls clean for links and whatnot. All right, so we're starting with Maestro versus Eve. I'm very excited for this one. And I have to say that even in this points format, you have some time to come back. But I would say with the caliber of players that we have right now in the tournament, I think every flag is going to be very important. And remember the last tournament that we had last week, I believe, where like the top 4 people were split by 2 flags or 3 flags or something like that. It was absolutely crazy. Honestly, I can't think in any of these 2 groups. I can't think of somebody that, oh, this guy is going to be eliminated from this group. Like, I think everybody has a very good chance of progressing, but only 3 will progress from each group. All right. So we are good to go. Also, another thing, if we get this done faster, so let's say in under 3 hours, then we can do something fun after, like a random character or just something to not very serious. But we'll see. It might go a little bit longer. 1-1 now. Also back on the school map.
I'm not in, by the way.
Oh, you're not in? Oh, okay. I'll let you in after this fight.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't want to interrupt the flow.
Yeah. So as I said, we're back on the school map, which was my... I wasn't the first to use it, but it kind of became my trademark map throughout the years. And I thought it would be a nice comeback to the roots. 2-1 for Maestro. Maestro with a lot of cuts. He's one of the few Yan players, if not the only, that is more cut-centric than thrust-centric. I have to say, even when I played Yan in my first tournament, I was still heavily using his thrust, which was really good back then. I mean the push cut, the forward, the long guard forward Y. It was really good back then, so I was using that as well. Oh, tippy toe. Eve manages to block that attack. Oh, goes low and finishes 4-2. I think Giddy is very strong in experienced hands, like Eve, like Tao. Yoxus obviously has not been very active recently, but nice cut there from Maestro. Fast-paced fight.
Yeah. Gideon has a lot of tools, and despite his initial simplistic appearance, there's definitely a lot of complexity to use him properly.
Yeah, I think his speed combined with the ability to take damage makes him formidable in close range exchanges. Because he can take a little bit of punishment, but he's one of the few characters, I would say, alongside oh, nice one, Laszlo and Bara, who when they counter you, it's very hard to resume guard on their counter. So their counter is really fast, so you gotta watch out for that. 5-3. Eve a little bit tired there. Maestro with a bunch of cuts. Oh, Eve is tired, and Maestro does a good job of going with a forward cut.
Plebin says Gideon is one of the coolest looking characters moveset wise, just never vibed with his drip.
Nice cut there from Eve. Remember the Qualification criteria, and Eve wins it with a nice deceptive long guard attack, 7-4. The primary criteria is number of flags scored. So even if you're in a fight that does not go your way, try to score as many flags as possible. Maestro scored 4 there. Not good, not bad. And in the middle. We'll see what happens between Tao and Landsknecht. I'll try to pronounce it more German-like. Tao and Lanz actually fought yesterday in your tournament, and they split their victories. Lanz with initial victory, Tao with decisive victory in the lower bracket final. And now they meet again.
I'm joining, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tao. Landsknecht. Here we go. Tao with some good performances lately. Got second place yesterday. Got second place on Wednesday. Barely lost against Chernobyl. We'll see if he can manage to get another good performance today. And after that, we're going to move to the to Group B, and we're going to have me versus Plebeian and Pico versus Cherno. Tao is here, waiting for Landsknecht. Oh, I see he's listening, but...
Yeah, I just posted what ChatGPT has to say about why Marie beats Isabella. It's kind of funny. If you say it matter-of-factly, it might believe you if it doesn't know.
My parsec wants my password. Okay, no worries. But I don't remember. But how does it want your password? Because you just played yesterday.
Yeah. I've had it the same day, too, where it does that. It's weird.
It says I'd ever pick AI for looking for... The thing is, the AI is not really... it's not really an information source. The AI is mostly a tool. It's something that you can use for certain things. I use it for work, for example, and I use it a lot, and it's actually very good. It's more like an assistant. You know, you just ask them to do an analysis, to think of pro and cons, to write messages, to, you know, stuff like that. But if you're asking for, especially if you're asking for absurd information, it's going to give you an absurd answer. So that's kind of the thing with it.
Yeah. I remember when I was asking like historical questions, I asked it about charcoal burners because I was curious, and then it's like charcoal burners were dishonorable, and I was like, what?
Yeah, do not treat it as as Wikipedia or something like that. Just more like something that can do, like an assistant that can do stuff for you, but with you know, at speed.
Right. Yeah.
With better speed. Okay, Landsknecht is not. He's figuring out his password, which means that we're gonna move to the next fight, and that is going to be me versus Plebeian. Probably a longsword fight, because I know that he's been using Father Zera recently.
Yeah, just used them today as well, so. Yeah, for coding, apparently, sometimes it's questionable too. Yeah, the dishonorable thing was funny too, because I was like, wait, have you not heard of beggars, grave diggers, or executioners before? Those people were dishonorable. Charcoal burner is just a commoner. There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, plebeian is here, so we're doing this fight.
Kid, please. Plus, charcoal burning was important. Without them, there's no blacksmiths. There's no any of that. So.
All right. So we're starting with a longsword fight. Zera can be quite dangerous. That's one of the reasons I picked him yesterday uh, against Luck. I think Zera can still match up really well.
Yeah. Plebeian's testing the waters with some tight movements there. Sidesteps from Venator. A little bit risky, but it did keep him out of danger. And that thrust, yeah, Plebeian has been practicing that a lot, just getting those thrusts in there. The dash, a little bit of a mistake. Oh, super mean to ChatGPT. Made sure it knows its place. Well, it's certainly a good way to make it apologetic, so you can ensure a specific response. At least in that regard.
Nice.
It's especially entertaining if you just throw random words into your prompt and it tries to somehow implement it. Just gaslight it. Yeah, it's definitely entertaining to play around with it sometimes. Stab there, nice. Try and focus on the fight. Just a lot of funny stuff happening in the chat. Nice sidestep from Venator. Push, snap cut, yeah, classic from Isabella. Luck does that a lot too. Back X from Venator, high guard now. And that was a really nice try, and he follows it up, which was the right call there. Grab attempt, wow. I mean, Venator's not pulling any punches. That much we can say. But Plebeian does get a nice kill. This is a tough competitor that Plebeian's having to fight, so credit where credit's due to have scored this many flags. But he's obviously going to be looking to score at least a couple more. Oh, the push, but he blocks it. Yeah, Zera can do that from that specific opening. I think the snap cut gets through, but that is dependent on the foot forward, and Venator takes it.
GG, very dynamic fight. You kind of need to dance around Zera, because if you're trying to meet him head on, he's gonna be very difficult to beat. Nice one. Plebeian still scores 4 flags though, which is which can prove decisive maybe at one point. Okay, Landsknecht is ready, so we're gonna do Tau versus Lance. Landsknecht.
Yeah, I get it, Racer. It just doesn't comprehend what "don't do it" means. It just, there's some probabilities and it just goes from there. Sometimes it can provide an actual source though.
It also depends a lot on the prompts that you're giving. Like sometimes you have to be quite specific with what you want, because it's the thing is, it is programmed to give you something every time. So it's not going to have this sort of conscience where it's going to tell you like, I can't find this, or I don't know the answer or something. So it's always going to give you something, and you need to know exactly what you're requesting. That's why it gives you, you know, some stuff like that when you're asking like why this character can beat this character. Like, he feels forced to answer that. But as I said, if you're using it like for simple stuff at work, that things that you can do, but he can do it. It can do it faster than you. Then it's really good actually. Like creating plans, or creating reports, or creating strategies, or sending messages to a lot of people. It's really good for that. Um, okay, Tao versus Landsknecht. Actually, the AI helped me quite a lot with some of the events that I hosted, especially the ones that were like special, like the role play and all that. I was just asking for, okay, this balanced? Is this not balanced? What risks are here? How can this work and whatnot? And yeah, Landsneck needs keyboard. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
he has keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah, Landsneck obviously with Tarnavsky, Tao going with Getty. He's using Getty a lot recently. Oh, Landsneck again with that same longer deceptive move. Honestly, I didn't think much about that move when I first saw it, but Landsnecht is making it work.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's throwing it at awkward times, and that's exactly what you need to do as a Tarnavsky player. You need to be awkward. You need to throw stuff at random times.
Yeah. Yeah, tempo switches, throwing your opponent off, just making them think they can punish you when in reality another attack is coming.
Yeah. Yeah, we all thought
It's
that.
got good side steps too.
Yeah, we all thought that Tarna is weak, but Lansneck proves us otherwise. He's definitely not weak. In the right hands, it can be quite difficult. Yeah, and that's a
Nice.
good and actually quite brave of Lansneck to go for an upcut there. But he had the range advantage. Oh, man, that jab is
quite
just
a
so
punch.
funny.
Yeah.
It just comes out of nowhere, no wind up.
Yeah. And that really rocked his head too. Tao got it.
Yeah. Lance should have gone with a side step there. I think he would have got the kill. But he just continued attacking the guard. Oh, misses, but then goes in 4-1.
Yeah. Yeah, a deserved flag for lands, I would say.
Yeah, Tao needs to regroup here a little bit because he needs to score some flags. He's in a shark tank in the group. Who's there? Eve, Maestro, Oak. Yeah, so you don't want to drop too many flags in a group like that. Oh, nice. I think that thrust kind of goes in, especially when Getty is obviously on his offensive stance. This is what I call it when he switches to the right foot forward double.
Big cut. And those side steps, and he comes back around. Similar tactic to what Alex often does.
Oh, nice.
Oh, but Tao takes it.
Two-piece combo. Tao was going with that combo quite often, and since it's very fast, sometimes it can actually bypass the guard if it's done at a specific time.
Yeah. Especially if it's Alexander or Laszlo, those types of characters. But nice stab. Landsknecht needs one more, so Tao has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, I would say.
Yeah.
Still goes in anyway. Love it.
Straight thrust. I think Lanz was doing something, that's why he got killed.
Yeah, Tao's still more than happy to mix it up, even if it's risky. I think that he kind of needs to. Gideon get a little bit more close range than Tarna.
Okay, I'm gonna unpause. Flip the long guard when you're ready to go. Probably Lan's having some issues.
Yeah, I was getting a slight lag there too, but it looks better now. Tau seems good to go. Was it like skipping a frame for you?
Yeah, probably a lag spike or some
Yeah.
hard lags. Try to rejoin. Just try to rejoin. Sometimes that fixes it. I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh, I think I know what's the problem. I increased the bandwidth, so hopefully that helps. All right, let's see if Lance can play now. Oh, okay. He can take control. Good.
Nice.
Oh, nice sidestep. I increased the bandwidth. Should be better now, because you joined as well. So I think that affects them with the lower bandwidth. So it should be fine now. Oh, thrust and follows up Tao with yeah, with a nice win. Lanz with a good performance overall, but unfortunately he had some connection issues. Still, Tao managed to get the maximum number of flags. Lanz got 6 though, so he's still pretty much in contention. And we're moving back to Group B, where we have Pico versus Chernobyl. A very interesting fight. Chernobyl on a very good run recently. Pico, obviously the crafty veteran. Tricky mad scientist. You never know what to expect. I think Chernobyl might have a little bit of work to do here to get the win. Um, there's Chernobyl as well. Was Chernobyl a keyboard player? I can't remember. I
I
think
think he is. Oh, he is. Okay.
he is.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Pico starts on the left. Chernobyl on the right.
Parsec was trying to connect you to the Tau. That's funny.
Isabella pick for Chernobyl. We've seen him use Isabella, and I think Chernobyl is trying to create some sort of a 3 main type of strategy, because he has a very good Marta, he has a very good Jan, and he's now working on Isabella as well. So, and I think that's a pretty good trio to have as a backup for any fight. It's
Mm-hmm.
something that I'm actually working on as well right now. And I actually plan whenever I join a different tournament to play somebody else than Isabella, just to increase my experience with some other characters as well. I've kind of relied on Isabella for a long time. Oh, nice combination there. Chernobyl with the first flag. Nice one. 2-1. Pico needs to be very careful here. He likes to throw a lot of feints.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, try to push there, but Pico was careful. Oh, he tried to go with the... Oh, nice dash attack. I did not expect that. That's one of the things with people that don't necessarily play Isabella often, is that sometimes they throw this dash attack and they actually get it. I almost never throw it because of that.
But nobody expects it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
throwing it in spars a little bit too.
Yeah, I remember Luck was doing the same thing when he started playing Isabella. He was doing some dash attacks and he was catching people with them, and I was thinking, wow. Oh, nice chop.
Nice. Just places it. It's one of my favorite cuts in this game, actually. It's a good, not only a counter, but it can also be a good single tempo. But, ooh, this is not looking good for Pekala, though.
Yeah, Pico needs some flags here.
Sidestep there, that was a big one. Pekala, kind of defensive. Double.
Whenever somebody loses at a big difference, it only benefits all the other players in the group. Whenever a fight ends in 7-6, for example, everybody in the group loses. Actually.
That's true, yeah. Pekla scored one. That's good for him. And I think Pekla is kind of turtling up a little bit now. He doesn't want to give anything away. He goes for that stab.
Caught into a thrust from close distance. Chernobyl is very brave with some of these attacks, but it's working. Goes for a high guard.
Ooh, that could have been... Oh, that's it, yeah.
Combo 7-3, impressive. Really impressive.
Yeah.
A very risky...
I was going to say if that high guard was closer. Yeah.
Very risky Isabella played, but that worked. Because you never actually see Pico being, patient. But looks like Chernobyl's diversity with strikes had a good impact. Right, now we're going to have a very interesting match. We're going to do Eve versus Tao. And this is potentially a match for first place in the group. Whoever wins this one will have a good chance of securing a qualification spot. Not saying that all the other matches are not important, but these ones can be decisive. Here we go. Eve versus Tao. Will we see a Getty mirror? Maybe. They're both very good with him, just different.
Yeah, it'll be quite a bloodbath if that's what we see.
I think Tao's morale is also in a good place after that comeback against Lanz. Here we go. Eve left, Tao right. Let the games begin. Tao is going with Laszlo. I've seen him practice Laszlo a bit today. A risky choice, I'd say, but Laszlo can prove very competitive, obviously.
Yeah, I'm sure Eve is surprised by that.
Yeah. But Eve,
They usually do
yeah,
Gideon.
Eve also has a very vast experience against all the characters on the roster, so he knows how to play against Laszlo as well. And Eve has a habit of being very composed, which means that if he stays composed here, he might get an advantage through experience. If he loses his cool, Tao might win by surprise. It's kind of a thing that happens very often. Tao with the first kill here. Oh, nice two-piece combo there from Eve. Laszlo goes with the low lunge. Something that I was trying yesterday against Tao as well. It worked for a little bit, but then he adjusted. Oh,
nice
tired.
lunge to back act. Tao getting tired. Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, on the back Y.
Ooh, that's it.
Tired.
No.
Tired again. Oh,
he's
Eve is also
tired.
tired.
And now Tao's recovered. A little unfortunate, but cutting to switch legs, obviously, if you're whiffing, that does take up quite a bit of stamina too, especially if you didn't. And it's a double.
And that's something that Tao is actually very good at. When he's tired or hurt, he's gonna give up the initiative, so you're gonna have to go to him and try to get the kill. But he's very good at getting a double out of it every time, and you're not gonna trick him into throwing an attack and whiff. So that's a veteran skill there. Eve got the second flag though. Again, being patient, feinting, putting the pressure, gets hit, and it's 2-2. It's gonna be a tense fight here. Oh, beautiful step in from Eve. That was perfect timing and perfect range management. Again, double.
Back Y. 3-3.
I think Eve canceled his attack there for a second and did not do enough damage. 3-3.
Yeah, it sometimes happens.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, goes in though. Yeah, this might come down to the last flag at this rate, which...
Yeah, and Eve is doing exactly what I said. Sorry about that. Eve is saying what I was... Eve is doing what I was saying earlier, which is using his experience, and as you can see, his alternating tempo. He stays patient, but then in every other flag, he just goes in and throws a very fast cut. He got 2 flags like that so far. And 2 flags from technical play. You know, just regular play. Tao a little bit on the defense. Waiting for a good opportunity. Oh, nice one. Parried the thrust and went into a side step. 4-4. Yeah, most likely might go to the last flag. Nice one from Eve.
Nice.
I think Tao needs to be careful with giving free flags to Eve.
Yeah. I want to say Eve is just slightly ahead, despite how close it is. So Tao might need to change something.
Yeah, it's kind of something that you see, for example, even if the score is close, you see like somebody always being on the comeback and having a harder time getting flags compared to the other. Oh, nice one. Tried to go low. Tao kept his composure there.
Ooh, sometimes they even step into measure but don't attack. They're trying to bait each other a little. Yeah, active fight. Ooh, that could have been somebody's death.
Oh, nice one.
Tao goes for it.
Went through the weak guard there. We don't see those very often. But it was perfectly positioned. Ooh. Muay Thai there from Eve.
Yeah.
Oh, by a cut. 6-6. So I think for both of them is probably the best outcome. Oh, try to grab him.
Ooh. Brave from Eve. Tao lunges in. That broke through the weak. That could have been devastating for Eve.
Tao led only once in this fight with the first flag. It would be quite an achievement if he actually manages to get the edge right at the end as well. But
yeah,
again,
it's definitely looking doable now. Ooh.
All this work, since we have this point system, all this work is not going to be for nothing. 6 flags will still be scored.
Lunges.
And that's the maximum you can score in a loss.
Yeah, Tao's trying to dictate the engagement.
Double.
Another double. If this continues, I mean, it could be Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah. In the end, it proved to be a good choice for Tao here, win or lose. Oh, and he goes with the side step, the one that Oak likes to do very often. 7-6, and Tao snatches at the end. And I think, you know, whenever you're playing with a different character, maybe you have a little bit of less pressure on your shoulders. And Tao kind of looked like that. He didn't look worried in there. He was just kind of enjoying the fight, and he got the win here right at the end against Steve. But they both scored a good number of flags. We're going to Group B, and we have there Plebeian versus Pico fighting. Here we go. Plebeian on the left, Pico on the right. Both of them started with a defeat, but Plebeian scored 4, Pico scored 3, and it's gonna be very important for both of them to get the maximum points here, which is a win, obviously. And after that, it's going to you're gonna make your debut tonight as well against me. It's gonna be a good fight.
Definitely.
Oh, actually, I was supposed to do. My bad. It was supposed to be Oak versus Maestro, but we're gonna do that after.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries.
I just immediately moved to the other group. Plebeian. Yeah, we're gonna do this one. Then it's gonna be Oak Maestro, and then we're gonna do our fight. Here we go. Plebeian on the left, Pico on the right. Maybe a Zera mirror. Haven't seen Pico using Zera in a while. And I have a little bit of a habit of influencing people into their character choices. I hope it's not the case this time. Jendrik. Jendrik for Pico. Actually, for some time, Jendrik was a little bit of a hard matchup for Zera. But Plebeian is actually quite methodical with his Zera, so I'm not sure if he's going to be easy to surprise here with Jendrik's shenanigans. Oh, he gets surprised there.
Yeah.
1-4.
Yeah,
Pico.
very much a wild card character.
Yeah.
I think if Maestro wants to win this, he needs to not overthink this. Or sorry, Plebeian.
Nice one. 2-1. The problem with these type of characters is that it's kind of hard to nice thrust again. It's kind of hard to make them balance. So they're always kind of either broken or very weak. Or something like that.
Yeah.
And as you can see, the game usually favors characters that are well-rounded. You know, that they have a good number of moves, that they have a decent speed, that they have a decent guard. So being all-rounded is kind of the recipe for success. Nice one from Pico. Get the second flag there.
Yeah, a bit of a single tempo.
I like that Plebeian is using the thrust from Zera. Here you go.
In the back Y there. Nice.
Because I believe
it right where it's needed.
It's a pretty underrated move. Um, maybe Isabella mains will disagree with me, but I would trade Isabella's thrust to Zera's thrust. And I know Zera's thrust does not track, but I would like Zera's thrust more than what she has right now.
Needs one more.
6-2. And again
That's
to the
it.
face.
Yeah. Keeps it simple. I like it.
7-2. Do the players in the lower bracket have a chance of making it to the final? Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, always. It's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, it's just the thing. So the number 1 and number 2 go to the winner's bracket, and number 3 will continue in the lower bracket. 7-2 it was, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Being with a very impressive win here. And now we're going to do Oak versus Maestro. Oak making his debut tonight. Maestro coming off a loss. He needs a good number of flags here, if not a win. But if the fight is going to be between Laszlo and Jan, Laszlo struggles a little bit with Jan. Let's see. Oak left, Maestro right. There's Maestro, there is Oak. Oak on the left, Maestro on the right. As I said, good opportunity for Maestro to get some points and also advantage over Oak, who hasn't fought yet. Maybe he's not as warmed up. Here we go. But Maestro likes to cut a lot. And in the cutting game, I think these two characters are roughly equal. What Jan brings to the table is the thrusting game, obviously, which can prove difficult for Laszlo to manage.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah.
You can see Oak is being smart about this. Oh, yeah. Maestro takes that. But for the most part, he's been trying to stay back because that's the best way to defend against those stabs, especially if he's ready with long guard. You don't want to just walk into Jan's attacks.
Yeah. And the thing is that Jan's two thrusts, the corkscrew and the body thrust, target exactly the places where Laszlo is weaker, which is the back of his arm and his belly.
Oh, just single tempo there. Yeah. That was really nice. And that's what you're saying about the cuts. Jan's cutting game is also good, and I think that's what makes him top tier. If it was just the stabs, he wouldn't be top tier, even though they are pretty strong. Yeah. There's still a skill to landing them consistently, like what Chernobyl was doing yesterday.
Yeah. And also, it kind of works. Oak said it himself, like, whenever a character has a very good move that is kind of hard to counter or hard to defend, there you go, Quark. It kind of works like a takedown threat in MMA. For those of you who don't necessarily watch the sport, so obviously there are some fighters that rely on the ground game, on wrestling. And whenever they fight a striker, so somebody that likes to keep it on the feet, the striker cannot be his usual self because he's always worried about the takedown. So their striking becomes weaker for that double. So I would say the corkscrew threat or the low thrust threat have also a psychological impact on the player.
Ooh, equal trade, it looks like.
Oh,
There's
to
the
the body.
stab, though.
6-0. Honestly, I did not expect that. Oak needs to do something to save this match here. Maybe get a couple of flags before going down, if he is to go down. I've seen it
That
come
was a nice
back.
try. Too far, though. Jan has the reach with all of his attacks, not just the thrusts.
Oh, nice one.
Stab there, nice.
Laszlo has a good stab.
Yeah, maybe Oak needed to do that more, yeah. Well, Maestro just with the Maestro special, just why, not
Nice.
no regard for his defense there.
Nice. Yeah, I think whenever you're in this position, you need to make the other player uncomfortable, because Maestro was just very comfortable of throwing cuts, throwing a thrust, and nothing coming towards him. But you know, it's
That could have been
easier said
Maestro.
than done.
Yeah. Just goes in, but that's
Oh.
what Oak wants, I
Nice.
think. Here,
Okay. Oak
to,
gets
for
the
Maestro to
second,
get careless.
second flag, and who knows, maybe these two flags will prove decisive for qualification, or maybe he's gonna get more. Who knows?
They'll manage to trade there, but he's limping. That's very bad. Maestro is gonna try and set up an attack, no doubt. Oh,
Nice one. I kind of expected that when I saw Oak just planting his feet there. Yeah, Maestro needs to be careful.
Yeah.
He's dropping flags here.
Trying to snipe him, but Oak's not gonna make that mistake so readily now that he's in this situation.
Yeah, and the more you drop flags, you're also giving your opponent more flags, obviously, in the rankings, but you're also diminishing your I don't know, win-loss. Not win-loss. Points scored, points received ratio. 4 for Oak, and now it's looking possible.
Yeah.
Will we see the comeback?
And even if hypothetically Oak lost right now, it's much better than it was for him.
It's pretty much a win. Oh, Maestro might have some lags. No, he's good. Oh, but yeah.
Oh, the cork, yeah.
Good old cork, yeah.
Move to the side.
7-4. Very good for Maestro here, and probably a lot better than he expected before the fight. But given the fact that he had 6-0, maybe a little bit of a bitter taste, you know, in his mouth, that he could have won this with a flawless score. But you know, it's still a very good win. Right. Yeah, but again, Oak managed to score 4 flags, which gives him the opportunity to come back a little bit easier in the next fights. Subu versus me next. Again, another fight that could potentially be for qualification in the next round, depending on how it goes. Subu with a very strong Barabash. Recently won yesterday's tournament. Subu is starting left side. I am going to be on the right. Good luck. I hope it's gonna be a good fight.
Yeah, good luck.
was close. I saw you throwing
Yeah.
something. I don't know what you threw, but
It was that trick shot, yeah.
oh, is that the out of stamina glitch, right?
It might have been, yeah.
Aye,
Yeah.
fair play.
I am still surprised that landed. Just got a nice angle, I guess.
Oh,
Oh, I ducked it.
damn, but it's fast, man. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but it worked out. Nice.
Oh, nice.
GG.
GG.
7-2, but it was your first fight of the evening, so I kind of took advantage of that. Need to warm up a little bit. I mean, I know you've been playing today, but the competition is a little bit different. Gotta get into that. Still plenty of matches to go to get back on track. Right, man. Every match is an amazing match. Tao versus Oak next. And Oak managed to come back there and score 4 flags against Maestro. Tao with 2 wins so far, both of them 7-6, but he's got maximum points. And this is a good opportunity for Oak to maybe relaunch the group. Tao is left side. What do you think? Will Tao use maybe another character? Maybe even mirror Oak here with Laszlo?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't really see any reason for him to switch if Laszlo's working for him.
Yeah.
So I think he will use Laszlo, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. My bet is that he's gonna use Getty this time. We'll see. We'll see. Tao left, Oak right, Laszlo for Oak. Yep.
Oh, Gideon, yep.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a different thing because he would mirror somebody that has obviously a lot more experience. Not saying that Tao cannot win, um, but Oak really knows all the tricks that Laszlo can pull. Here we go. Oh.
Oh, there's the hand.
Yeah, that's a very good move actually. It's a feint. It's a cut feint into the that lunge. Very good move. Eve uses it often as well. Very impressive.
Stab. Oh.
Oh, tired. And
Whiffs, though. It's a little unfortunate.
exactly what I said earlier. That Tao has a very good game when he's tired or hurt. Like he is like a wounded animal.
Yeah.
Becomes more dangerous. It's kind of the same with you as well. You become a lot more dangerous when you're behind on points.
Mm-hmm.
Like if somebody does not know that, that's when. Nice one.
Nice. Yeah, Tao's definitely got morale on his side here. Folks moving in and out as usual, but there's the hand.
And it actually helps since Tao managed to score 2 wins so far and he's in a pretty good position. He doesn't feel the pressure as much.
Double.
Because he knows that he may even lose here and still maybe score 5 flags or something of sorts and still be good. Oh, nice one. Under
Another
the
one
arm.
wins the trade.
A very good move, but not necessarily easy to land. 5-1.
Shot to the head. Needs one more to make this very convincing.
Yeah. And I think Tao is a little bit different from Maestro. Tao does not really drop flags when he's in advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Oak needs to kind of come back to all the things that he's done well in the past. Oh, here you go. 6-2. He's still a formidable player. Many people consider even to be the best. Nice one.
There it is, though.
Decisive victory. 3rd win for Tao here in this group of death. And as I said, actually Tao is in the unofficial rankings. He's #1 right now because he got 2 second place placements. So if he gets another one today, he's going to be in a very good position. 7-2. Lanzknecht versus Eve. And as I said, I'm so happy to have so many good players today. And it's not so often that you see all the players that have a very high number of tournaments won in one tournament. Mostly because of Maestro, because he doesn't compete, but that's something else. You hear me, Maestro? Quit your job. Hellish Quart is more important. Lands is here. Yeah, so apart from Warden, we have the top 6 players in number of tournaments won in one event. So it really can't get better than this. The most active ones. All right, tough match here for Eve. Lanz is no joke. And I remember one match between the two. It was one of Tao's tournament. It was a Swiss tourney. So obviously, a Swiss tourney is kind of a little bit of like a single elimination. Like if you lose, you don't really have a chance of winning the tournament. Lanz left, Eve right. It was, I don't know if it was 7 flags or 10 flags. I can't remember. But what I remember is that Lanz stole it in the last flag. And I remember Eve was not very happy about it. He wanted revenge. Now he can get it. Here we go.
A little faint there.
Yeah. Then after this match, we're gonna move to Group B, do those 2 matches there, and then we're gonna have a look at the rankings and see how things go.
Nice.
Racer says that Tao has a very passive-aggressive style. We would call that patient pressure. Patient pressure,
Yeah.
like when you're being patient, but at the same time you're pressing your opponent. You're feinting a lot, or maybe just moving forward, and that throws people's game off. One more. Oh, nice one from Eve.
A stab.
He needed to follow there.
Oh,
He got caught.
Steals it from him.
Yeah, Eve kind of has the same problem that I have, which is he wants to be as methodical and technical as possible. So he saw there an opportunity for Lanz to get a double, actually. So he moved back. I'm pretty sure that was his reasoning. So he moved back so he can get a clean win after. But sometimes it doesn't work your way. It's exactly what happened there. I have this problem sometimes as well. Because sometimes you just need to go in and just finish the job, but if you're worried for a double, then you just reset. Anyway,
Nice
Lanz,
mix
again, 4-1. Lanz is very good against Getty.
Yeah. And I love how he's mixing in those stabs. Eve is just not ready for those. 'Cause everybody expects a cut from Tarnowski, not some random stab.
4-2. Nice one.
Ooh.
Eve gets his 3rd flag. Oh, nice one.
Yeah, Eve's reading him now.
Yeah.
Very good patience, then gets the counter.
Oh, nice grab. Five to 4. Eve managed to turn this back around quite quickly. And that's one thing that actually helped me throughout the years, I could say now, against players like Eve or like you or some other high-level players, which is I can recognize when one of these elite players is going to his elite mode. Like, okay, I'm going to be completely locked in. And that's exactly the moment where you need to be as cautious as possible and not overthrow. It's exactly what I was telling you earlier. Like, when you're behind, you manage to come back. And that's for a very good reason, because you lock in completely then. So whoever wants to actually win against you needs to lock in as well. Because if you don't and you think that you have an advantage, you're going to lose. That's exactly what happened here. Experience took control. 7 to 4. A fantastic victory here from Eve. Lanz still with a good performance in the beginning. Dropped the ball a little bit later on, but he's still pretty good. With the number of flags, he could hope for a top 3 spot. We're moving to Group B, so we can finish round 3. And Pico versus Subu is next. Is there a way to disable these crown? Yeah, they're kind of annoying. Let me see if I can do that. Pico, Subu. Subu, obviously, after his first match, is in need of a win. Pico is also in need of a win, obviously, after dropping his first 2 fights. And this could be a good opportunity to pin Subu back a little bit. Let me see if I can do something with the... Nah, participants. I think I need to go in YouTube or something. Let me see. Show every message. Learn more or turn off in the help center. Okay, let me just try that. Select, yeah, just give me 1 sec. YouTube settings. U tab.
Oak says don't worry about it, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can do something quick about it. Nah, I can't find it for some reason. Alright, let's just resume fighting. Pico versus Subu next. North American Derby. US versus Canada. US cannot lose today on the 4th of July.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even if you found it, Racer says you might need to restart the whole stream.
Pico left, Subu right. Barabash. Let's see. Oh, Connor from Pico. This could prove interesting. Do you have some strats to use against Connor? Well, I'm not gonna ask you what they are, but just asking if you think this matchup is something that you can cover with some of your techniques. All right, Subu with the sidestep, and yeah, it makes sense going for the sword arm with one of the best sidesteps in the game. Pico being a little bit more patient here. Oh, 1,000 cuts, gets tired. Bara's shirt is getting bloody. Oh. Oh, goes low. Nice one there from Subu. Goes for the cut, for the push thrust. He's tired as well. A very disputed flag. Oh, and he gets the arm there. Nice one from Pico. Connor has some very good cuts, actually. They're not very fast, but they hit in the right place. And he has a pretty decent range compared to Marina, the other shield user. 2. Oh, again goes low. Cuts the leg. And I like that you can see the cut there. You can see the blood. Oh, and again wins the trade there, Pico. 2-0. The thing is, most players like to use... Oh, there he goes. Goes for a grab. Likes to use pushes against Connor, but Pico is so good at denying those pushes. Push follow-ups, actually, through the dash back. 4-1. Subu needs to be careful here. He needs some flags back. And I said earlier that he gets dangerous when he's behind. But I guess Pico knows that. I think shield characters can prove problematic for characters that do not have a very good forward dash or a good push. Because you'd have to rely on blade interactions. Nice one from Pico there, going back after noticing that Subu is about to unload combinations. And there you go. Subu using Bara's cuts wisely. Oh, the London. I was actually thinking when we're going to see it. And we saw it in a key moment. That side step is actually very good as well. The side step Y. I haven't seen Connor users again goes for the side step. I haven't seen Connor users using the high guard thrust or the high guard cut. Yeah, I'm not trying to give ideas here. He's going for it. Probably forgot about it. I don't know. I know he has the low guard as well. Quite a complex character. Honestly, I think Connor would have been an amazing character without the shield. Even the moveset that he has right now, just without the shield, I think he would have been a great character. And we have a little bit... Oh, nice push there. We have a little bit of a history of characters having a shield. Getty had the mug, which acted like a shield. And then Kubold removed it. They probably thought that it's a little bit silly. And yeah, just Getty's just keeping his hand there like he's holding something, but he's not holding anything. Oh, nice side step there. Subu getting one more flag. The high guard moves are not just very good. I think the cut can actually bypass the guard in some situations. The taunt there from Pico. US versus Canada, North American derby here. Obviously Connor, probably one of the ancestors of American and Canadian people alike, I guess. Subu a little bit more patient here. He's behind, scored 3 flags. And I think he wants to score maybe 1 or 2 more. Or even win the fight. But I guess his immediate objective would be to score maybe 1 more flag. Pico's also being very patient. Prolonged flag here. Pika just does not want to give Subu more flags, and if he won this at 7-3, it could be a little bit of a comeback for him in the group. Yeah, Subu has given initiative to Pico here. He's saying, "You're ahead. You need to come to me." And honestly, I don't find any fault with this reasoning. Again, another long flag here. Pico waiting. Probably trying to get into Subu's head. Pico does not want to risk it. Subu's waiting for a counter opportunity. Okay, we have some blade interactions here. Oh, nice side step. Pico lands a cut there. Does not manage to finish Subu there. Subu can take a little bit of punishment before going down. He tried the second attack, but Subu resumed guard and blocked the second. That's one thing that Bara can do quite well. Has good defense, goes low. Again, another very disputed flag. Chop, another chop. Very uncharacteristic gameplay from both of them, I'd say. But at the same time, I like it. I like that they do not want to give an inch to the other player. They don't want to drop any more flags. Because it's already a pretty interesting group. And only 3 people move on. And one of them in the lower bracket. Oh, and a nice one. Dropped his shield there, and Subu finally gets the 4th flag. Hopefully we're going to see the match open up a little bit more now. Oh, and it goes for the side step, and 7-4. Long, grueling match between the two, but Pico gets it. But I think Subu did a good job of securing 4 flags here. He was quite close of not getting too many, and 4 flags is still decent. Subu, you here?
Yeah, GG.
Yeah. Some words about
Being
that
a
fight?
Muay Thai ref. I mean, I did what I had to. That's all I can say. I don't feel bad about it. GG Pekla. Fought hard there, and each flag there was very tough to score. So well played.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I really don't mind. I enjoy seeing.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. He's got a shield. I'm gonna back away and punish him. It's that simple. Especially if I'm down so many flags and nothing else is working.
Yeah,
So
honestly.
if people have a problem with that, oh well.
Yeah, no,
I don't care.
I completely agree. I don't think somebody should change their strategy or their style or the way they're playing or the moves that they use you know, for somebody else's, you know, entertainment or amusement or something like that. There will be some good moments. There will be some more, you know, moments like these. But it's a competition at the end of the day, and I fully support
Yep.
whatever is going on. So yeah, doesn't matter. Cherno versus Plebeian next. Big map. I wouldn't say it's a big map. I would say it's a medium big map. Big map is something like step. That's a big. Ven and I fought for like 30 minutes in one match. Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. If you
Yeah,
can't
it's just
find
what.
an opportunity, you're just gonna wait until you do, and that's it.
Yeah.
Plebeian is here. Cherno is here. All right, a very interesting fight, which might be another longsword fight, depending on who Chernobyl picks for this one. If he wants to go with Isabella again, or if he's going to go with a different character. Yeah. Yeah, and also I don't think the map had anything to do with it. I think it would have probably been the same even on Void or something else, unless it was like a
Yeah.
gimmick
Because I was
map.
moving well. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like town. What's the name of the map? I forgot. Back alley or whatever. All right, so
Back alley. Well, that's what we call it. Yeah.
yeah, we got a longsword fight here again. Yeah, already Cherno is doing what I was saying earlier, which is you kind of need to dance around Zera. If you meet him head on, it's not gonna go well. And there you go.
That's it.
Two. Yeah, Plebeian looks locked in. We had the first fight where we warmed up, and in the second fight he was solid. Third fight he's looking great as well.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever style works, Tao. Yeah. And of course they were joking, but still, we've had situations like that before where people
Yeah.
got
Yeah,
annoyed.
I know it's a joke, and people didn't necessarily get frustrated because of that. But again, just not allowing people to use all the tools that they have, or the strategies that they want to employ, or the way that they actually want to play at a certain moment. Like,
Yeah.
oh, nice dash there, 4-3. It's not something that I
Yeah.
encourage. Like, I encourage people to do whatever they think it's good for the. I mean, even the thing that you did with out of stamina side step, like
Hmm.
it was actually. I knew it's gonna happen, and it did. All right, let's get back to the fight because it's
Yeah, yeah.
it's actually a really nice one. 5-3.
Yeah, nice exchange.
Oh, nice one
Ooh,
from.
there's a kill.
Yeah, I think Zera sometimes can win some trades. So whenever a fight gets a little bit messy, Zera usually comes up top. That's why Isabella needs to play a little bit more of a technical game on the outside. Uh, Rely on her precision, and nice dash there. 6. Oh, beautiful
Dab,
cross.
nice. More highlighting how brutal Muay Thai is. Oh, I see. Yeah, that is brutal. You stop engaging for 5
Oh,
seconds and you get
nice
penalized,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. A Luckily, this is not Muay Thai. This is Hellish Quart. So.
Yeah.
6-6. Amazing fight here.
Push.
Oh, beautiful push there from Chernobyl. 7-6, but I think Plebeian might be quite happy with the score here because he was pretty much behind and still managed to score 6 flags, which keeps him in contention. Oh, sorry, I was about to put the wrong score. Chernobyl again with a good win. First 3 rounds are over. We have 2 rounds left in each group. And let's have a look at the standings. For each group. Group A, Tao is number 1 with 21 points. Eve is second with 20. Basically, the flag difference is the one that he lost against Tao himself. Meister is third with 11. Landsknecht is fourth with 10, and Oak is fifth with 6 flags. But Maestro, Landsknecht, and Oak have fewer matches played. In Group B, Plebeian is actually number 1, even though he won a fight and lost 2, but he had 3 matches. I'm second with 14. Chernobyl is third with also 14. Pico is fourth with 12, but bear in mind that he already played 3 fights. And Subu is last with 6, but he is 1 fight behind. So we're going to move on to round 4, so things are getting serious from now on. Each flag is important. And we're going to have Oak versus Landsknecht. And I would really want to ask you, Subu, to comment this one. I need to get my dogs inside. So I'm going to be away for a little bit until this fight is over. There's Oak. There's Landsknecht. Yeah. Oak considered to be one of the favorites. It hasn't had a good start, but still he's pretty much in the competition, and a win here will give him some chance of going through, maybe from the 3rd place, if not number 1 or 2. He said he's going to stick with Laszlo. Laszlo versus Tarna is an interesting fight. I think Laszlo has actually a huge speed advantage here, so yeah. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, Muay Thai is a pretty brutal sport, just in general. If you want to call it a sport, it's definitely a martial art. I mean, it's used in MMA for a reason, and I suspect pretty much every MMA fighter is at least familiar with it. Whether they specialize in it or are good at it might be a different story, but definitely something you have to be aware of. Side steps there. Yeah, Oaks had a rough start, like Venator said, just like me, but you never know. If you can win by a good difference, the chances still are there to qualify. Yeah, it's interesting because MMA has a reputation for being unsafe, I think. But I think a lot of the martial arts that are part of MMA are actually more brutal. Like boxing, of course, if you're knocked out, but you get up in a certain period of time and the ref gives you the okay, like after the count and whatnot, you can keep going as long as you don't stay down for too long and whatnot. And yeah, Muay Thai can get nasty as well. It's interesting how that works. In many ways, MMA is safer because there's the TKOs and the fact that if you're knocked out at all, you're just out. That's it. And Oak is doing well here. He scored a lot of points, but the fact Lange is scoring some too could be very important. But I like what Oak's doing. He's not letting that discourage him. He's fighting a good opponent, so it's just how it is. Going for the lunge, but Lange punishes it nicely. Standing 8 count, yeah. Yeah, it's because if you're knocked out at all, in fact, even if you're knocked down, you're not necessarily knocked out, but you get knocked right over by a punch, the odds are pretty damn high that you got some kind of concussion just from that. Billiards requires a lot of balls. Oh my god. But yeah, and that's why when MMA fighters spar and somebody's knocked out, like knocked down, not necessarily knocked out, and they get up, they just end it right there because that's an immediate potential safety issue. And then when you're sparring, you don't want to be concussing your training partners on the regular, so even if there's no concussion and the guy is fine, best to just end it right there. And Lange takes it 7-5. Elbows for Lange there. Yeah, elbows are harder than punches, assuming they're aimed properly and whatnot. The bone is much more solid, and you're not going to break your elbow slamming that into somebody if you do it right. Really good at concentrating force as well. Three-second KO time. I see. Yeah. Yeah, because 3 seconds is really not that long for somebody who's been knocked out. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good amount of time.
Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. What was the...
Yeah. Lange got 7, Oak got 8. Or, sorry, 5. 20. 5.
So, Lanz wins 7-5. Yeah, Oak is in a little bit of a tough spot. He would need to get the win against Eve in the last one. It's also not guaranteed. Maestro versus Tao. Interesting fight. Tao with a perfect record so far. Maestro with a good win and a loss. but pretty much in contention for qualification. It really depends on how he's gonna do here. Here we go.
Yeah. If you guys want to find an unsafe fight, if you want to call it a fight, the slap fights are the worst.
Yeah, I hate them.
For concussions.
They have no, like, when somebody can't defend themselves in a combat sport, then it's just not a combat sport.
Yeah.
Just a circus.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Maestro takes the left side. Tao takes the right side. We'll see if Maestro continues his Yan play. And if he does that, we might see Tao switching to Yan as well. Because he probably doesn't want to get corkscrewed. I don't know.
No, he's at least thinking about Laszlo.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Yeah, Oak had a tough time against. Yeah, it goes
Gideon,
Gideon.
yeah.
I think Tao has a couple of things that work against Yan. But yeah.
Regular sumo matches. Yeah, those are kind of cool. Slap fighting, the only martial art in existence where you're not allowed to defend yourself. Yeah, it's definitely not a martial art. The slap can be a martial art move, but yeah. Yeah. Circus is a really good way to put it.
Alright. Yeah, it's not. Plebeian says that it's not a martial art. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's what
agree.
yeah.
It's not a martial art.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and this is exactly what I think. This is exactly the reasoning Tao had before picking Getty. It's a tactic that he used against me, and I don't know if he fought another Yan player in the infinite stamina thing. Although now it's different, obviously, because it's a lot more dangerous. It's still a valid technique. The thrust usually breaks through Yan's guard, and the follow-up is very fast as well. But obviously, you need to time it right, and Tao is very good at that. 3-2 so far. A thrust battle here, rapier battle between two sabers. Here we go. Oh, nice one.
Upcut, nice.
We're moving then to Group B. I don't know what the fights are, but we're gonna find out soon. 4-4. Nice
Shot,
one.
but it's outsped.
I like that some of Jan's attacks looks like he's painting, and that's one of them.
Like yeah.
The other one, the B into A, which is the leg attack, also looks like he's painting.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Bar's got that one too. Oh, just range, I think. That looked kind of funny, but probably was a little too close to get power on the cork, but it hit his throat and kind of bounced.
Yeah, Getty has one of those as well. It's like he's moving to this. It's like a side interior side step. I'm not sure if it's a Y or if it's an A. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tao uses it from time to time. Nice one. 6-5. But Maestro is actually very close on getting a very important win for qualification here. He would be in a very good position. Even with 6 flags, he's in a very good position. But 7 would be even better. 7-5, and Maestro wins. Congratulations. Well played. And Tao has played all his fights. We'll have to wait for the others to finish. 3 wins and 1 loss, but uh, only 2 points behind the maximum number that he could get. So he's very in a very good position of getting number 1 or number 2. Right. So we're going to Group B, and this is a crucial match for Subu here. I have to say, no pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Subu versus Chernobyl. Subu did not have the best start here, but with the win here against Chernobyl and maybe another win in the last fight, he could secure a spot in the next round. Chernobyl City Bus. Subu takes the left side, Chernobyl takes the right side.
Yeah, I remember Conor McGregor did a spar with the Mountain. People are talking about like sumo versus flyweight and stuff like that. They did like a friendly spar, and you could tell the Mountain was like holding back big time. He's just kind of playing with them. Because otherwise, if he got his hands on Conor and was actually dead serious, he would absolutely destroy him.
Yeah, I mean, skill obviously is more important, but at a certain point, size really does matter. It's just the probability, right? Because, for example, if I had the power of 5 men, I would need to just hit you once, and that's it, just one times, and you'd have to hit me many times. Nice one. Good chop there from Subu. Chernobyl has a very good Isabella, but he's still learning the matchups. Oh, nice one there. Catches Subu. Again, he's a little bit unorthodox with some of his attacks, and it's working to his favor. Try to grab there. And Chernobyl is doing that high guard. He's not doing it for hurting Subu, but he's just doing it to keep him at bay. Oh, and caught him with the retreat. 2-1. Nice one. I see a couple of things that I'm doing as well from Cherno. And there's one that Luck does. 3-1, which is the stance switch with the push. I kind of got used to just doing an attack to switch the stance. Although she has dedicated buttons for that, he tries a forward cut too slow. Subu gets the second flag, and now the fight is a lot more even. This 2-3 flag is actually quite important psychologically, because it's 2-3 instead of 1-4. Oh, nice! Another one from a good one from Subu. 3-3. Oh, high guard was well timed. Double. Subu has adjusted a little bit, and Chernobyl needs to be careful because Subu picked up Cherno's timing. And there you go. It's exactly what I was saying. Just caught him there. Bara has very fast cuts, and is obviously faster than Isabella, so but doesn't have her range. Power is equal, I would say. So Subu is just looking to counter time Cherno here. Cherno's a little bit more patient now after dropping a few flags. And he needs to be careful because some of Isabella techniques, I mean, obviously if you're using it in an unorthodox way, they can prove successful, but against a very experienced player, they can take you to the wrong result. Nice one from Cherno. Well timed. there you go. Caught him. Subu broke the rhythm there. Yeah, but I have to say, Cherno is a very good Isabella. He's a very good Isabella. I don't know when he got the time to practice playing her, but he's just up there with everybody that can play Isabella. Nice one from Subu there. Nice chop. 5-4. We've had so many good Isabella players throughout the years. Oh, Subu's tired there. Yes, thrusted. Good choice there from Cherno. Very good fight IQ. I would say Cherno is the leader of the new generation. We have a couple of new players right here in this tournament, like Lanz, Plebeian, Cherno, and some others that play every now and then, like British Turk. But I would say Cherno is definitely the leader of this new generation. That's why I like to compare him to Ilya Topuria, because he can fight anyone. Anyway, back to the fight. Subu now has the advantage, 6-5, and this could be a very good win for him. Nice side step, and there it is, 7-5. Experience took over there, and it was a very tough match there for Subu, but he won it in the end.
Yeah, good fight.
And
very nice with the combos. It definitely threw me off at first. I don't expect Isabella's to just throw combos.
Yeah. Yeah, because usually she gasses out when she throws a lot of combos, so a lot of people kind of have moved from that. Okay, now it's gonna be me versus Pico, and Pico a little bit of a comeback here after winning the last fight. We'll see if he can keep momentum here. But yeah, a good win there for Subu. I think just experience proved to be decisive there in the end. Because there are a lot of things to take into account when you're fighting a competitive Hellish Quart fight, like how to play the early game, how to play when you're behind, how to play when you're ahead. And I think what Cherno lacked there in finishing the job was he probably didn't know how to close it, how to close the fight. In the end, he was kind of trying the same things that you already had adjusted to. So
yeah, right.
I wouldn't say it was a mistake. I would say that, you know, just lack of experience overall was the decisive factor. Connor.
Yeah, that's a good choice. His Connor's tough. If I were to name a character Pecola mains and does really well with, Connor's up there, maybe #1 on that list.
He's probably the only player that actually has taken Connor seriously. I mean,
yeah.
Oak has dabbled a little bit with him, but Pico has actually used him plenty of times. Oh, nice.
Yeah, and he was throwing more cuts than I was expecting too. And I don't expect them to reach as far as they do sometimes. So I like how he does it. And I think part of what was throwing me off is he is doing the same cancels that he normally does. So in many ways, nothing's changed. It's just the weapon set. And it's not something I fight particularly often anymore. Right, yeah. Cherno agrees with your analysis. Nice snap cut follow-up from Venator. This is a matchup Isabella can definitely win. It's just, it can be very grindy, I think. And it's similar with Marina. That actually stabbed through the shield, I dare say. But I'm sure Venator's very happy with that. I know some moves can like, get through the rim, especially if Connor's shield. So that might have been what happened, but either way, very nicely placed stab. I like that Venator's being creative. I think that's Isabella. Ooh, the London. Isabella really needs that, especially here. You just don't want to sort of get ahead of yourself. That high guard, yeah, Pico's ready with those single tempos. The snap cut outspeeds his dashback and get some damage. Yeah, that sidestep was catching me a lot, and that lunge does get some damage as well.
Yes.
A double forced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get
Should
a
be
double.
very happy with that, yeah. Sure, Pico's not so happy with that, but Hellish Quart for you. Twists everywhere.
Yeah, I know it wasn't very professional there, but that's what happens when you're in the commentary. You know, just
Yeah.
just
It's
say
all good.
things.
Yep.
I sometimes hear you as well when you're fighting in your own tournaments, and you say, "Oh no."
Yeah.
Somebody does that, but it's normal. I think
Yeah,
actually
it's just what happens, yeah.
most players probably do that in front of their computers when they're fighting.
Yep. Yeah, and I can confirm that I do that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a very normal thing. Nothing wrong with it. Is Hassan any good at all? I think he's got some potential, but I don't know. He's kind of an enigma for me. But I have done some good things with him in sparring a little bit, but I don't feel like he brings enough that I want to replace Bar or anything like that. He might be a tool that I just keep in my back pocket for specific matchups, but otherwise I don't see myself using him very often. But I have tried to go in and learn his moveset. So, yeah, that is actually a brutal sidestep if Pekla sets that up. It can get right past your guard. Pekla with the movement.
Nice fight. I love
Not
it.
better than others, yeah.
Yeah, and as you said that you know, you gotta get creative, and that's something that I think I
Mm-hmm.
said in one of the events that I competed recently. I felt it was one event. I don't know. I think I got third place or something like that, but so the results weren't necessarily bad, but I felt like I didn't have anything different. Like I just played the same
Mm-hmm.
way I usually play, and I said, you know what? I need creativity. I need to throw some other stuff. You know, just give people something to think about. Because if you're just playing linearly, and that's something that happens to a lot of us sometimes. Like some things work most
Mm-hmm.
more, and some things don't, and then you just kind of start using only those things that usually work, but you're still not creative enough to win a fight. So that's something that I want to address in my game. 725, still a good number there for Pico. And now we have the last round in both groups, and I'm going to tell you what each player needs for progressing through. First of all, let me make sure that they are updated. Here we go. Group A. Tao is number 1 with 26 points, and Eve is the only one that can dethrone him if he wins the fight. So Eve can get first place if he wins the fight. Maestro, Eve is second, obviously, with 20 points. Maestro is third with 18. Langsknecht is fourth with 17. And Oak is last with 11. Probably at this point, who's fighting who in the last one? Let me see. Oak is fighting Eve, and Maestro is fighting Lanz. Oak has some theoretical chances, but most likely he's not gonna make it. And it's between Eve, Maestro, and Lanz to get one of the qualification spots. It could be the second place or it could be the third place. And in the second group, I am first with 21. Chernobyl is second with 19, and we're gonna have a fight for number one. Plebeian is third with 17. Pico has also 17. But Pico has fought all his fights, which means that unfortunately he's not going to be able to qualify. And Subu, have you fought Plebeian?
No, I haven't. So.
Yeah. Okay, and it's going to be a fight between you, so you would need to defeat Plebeian. So this is a four, like at 5 flags difference. So 7-2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
7-2. Keep that in mind in order to win. If you beat him at 4, let me see. You're gonna have a -2, and he's gonna have a -3. Yeah, actually 4 works as well. So 7-3.
Okay.
7-3. All right, good. Everyone knows what they have to do. Let's go into the last round of the qualifiers. Landsknecht versus Maestro. Again, Maestro has a 18, Landsknecht has 17. So obviously Landsknecht, with the win here against Maestro, could secure the third spot if he wins at least 2 flags difference. So Landsknecht needs like a 7-5 win to go through. Lanz is left, Maestro is right. And Eve is second place and with a good chance of getting first place. But at the same time, if he loses against Oak, and especially if he loses decisively, he might even get eliminated. So he needs to be very careful. Oak has nothing to lose at this point, so he's just he can dictate who's gonna go through. And this is a very tough position to be in, the position that Eve is in, because on one hand he has the possibility to get the first place, but at the same time he doesn't want to lose the possibility of just going through altogether. So it's always a very tricky situation. Like, do you go for it? Do you play safer? Do you aim for a second place more? You know, it can be risky. But let's see first what happens in Lanz versus Maestro, and then Yves is going to have a little bit of a better picture of what he needs to do. He would be happier here with a Lanz win, because Lanz is further in points, so that means a slightly easier job for Yves. Lanz on the left, Maestro on the right.
Anything that contains wiggly nickname sounds very valuable, Racer says. Yeah, there's some corruption perhaps going on in the chat. Cryptocurrency. Hassan, biggest issue is his height. Yeah, it's kind of a benefit, but I could see it also being a problem.
Yeah, I was reading that and actually remember, I think Pico said something about that. I can tell you that some of his attacks, since he's taller or aims high, he sometimes just misses the target completely. Like, people are just ducking under his 1-1. Yeah, Eve says I basically need one to win, one of them to win 7-0. Yeah, that would be an ideal scenario, but if the fight ends 7-6, that would be the worst scenario for Eve here.
Yeah.
But after this fight, I'm gonna tell him exactly how he stands.
Yeah, Maestro's doing well so far. I like that he's challenging Landesknecht with some cuts. That long guard position there, and that was a nice cut, but didn't land. Oh, just goes in. Maestro's been doing great with that.
4-1.
Oh.
Yeah, Maestro is a little bit of a no-nonsense player. Like he's just going in and he's just throwing. Not reckless, obviously, but he's he's kind of the same throughout the fight. Like he's not bothered by what's going on. Nice one.
Oh, he actually gets that kill, yeah.
5-2.
Yeah, Hassan is probably no higher than B tier.
Yeah, I will probably put him there as well.
Oh, again. Winning the trades because Landesknecht's only getting slight hits, and Jan has some decent HP himself, so nice it's not bad. Ooh.
7-2, quick fight. Maestro, as I said, no nonsense type of player. Just goes in and scores another win. And I have to say that I am actually quite surprised how well Maestro performed today. Not that he's not a good player, but he hasn't been very active recently, so I was kind of expecting some rust. Anyway, Eve here needs to score at least 6 flags. He needs to score at least 6 flags to get the second place, because the second place guarantees a qualification in the winner's bracket. And with 7 flags, he actually gets the first place in the group. Anything less than that, he's going to get third place. But he has guaranteed third place, so he can be sure of that. But I'm pretty sure, considering the performances he had, he's probably aiming for a qualification to the winner's bracket. More rounds to play, a second chance. It's obviously something to definitely play for. But Oak is obviously an honorable man, and he's going to do whatever he can to maybe keep Maestro's and Tao's chances of getting the top spots here. And somebody that is eliminated has nothing to lose, so yeah. So as I said, pretty simple for Eve. If he scores 6 flags, he can get the direct qualification to the winner's bracket. If he scores 7, he gets first place. If he scores less than that, he's gonna get third place. And it's not an easy task against Oak. I don't think anybody on this earth can say, I'm going to go in this fight and score 5 flags against Oak. I don't think anybody has this level of certainty. And it's actually a lot harder than it seems. E versus Oak. Yeah. Here we go. Last match of Group A. What we know for sure is that Tao has a guaranteed spot in the winner's bracket. We'll see it from the first place or second place. And depending on how things go in the other group, he could meet me or Chernobyl. Eve takes left side, Oak takes right side. Getty versus Laz. We've seen this fight a couple of times today. Here we go.
In and out movement there. Double. Nice start.
Nice one. Kind of took advantage of a hesitation moment there from Eve, where he's probably just switching his stance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, caught him again. You need to be careful. Oh, and again with the long guard, a pretty risky move there from Oak. He was willing to trade, knowing that he got the damage advantage there, but we never know with Getty. He's thick as a brick.
Oh.
I think something's going on. Maybe some lag, some spikes. Flick the long guard when you're ready, if you're ready. Okay. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Oh, and I know that that is one of Eve's the techniques against Laszlo, which is a step forward and then going with the no attack. And now he gets the first flag.
Gets it, yeah. Yeah, it's fast actually.
But Oak just wanted to defend there instead of punishing. 2-1. Eve has to work for it, even though Oak is technically eliminated. Eve has to work for his spot.
Oh, pays for that knee. Yeah, Muay Thai might not work here. Oh, nice.
There, 2-2. Yeah, this kind of flags can send a little bit of an arrow for your morale. Three-two. As I said, Eve needs 6 flags. Oh, he gets caught there on the arm. 4-2. I'll be right back.
Okay. And Switch almost gets tagged there. Yeah, I like how Oak's playing. He has obviously lost at this point. There's no question about that. But just like me, I feel like we're both kind of getting warmed up. Or it could just be a matchup thing, who knows. But I love seeing that from Oak, putting on a good show regardless of circumstance and not letting Eve just get a free win. I feel like nobody would actually do that. For the most part in this community anyway, but yeah, just good to see that the high spirit still. And yeah, it's not looking great for Eve as far as winning this fight. Obviously, he qualifies no matter what, but let's see if he can lock in and secure that first place in the group. Still don't want to be in the losers bracket if you can help it. Big lunge there. Oak just, yeah, he's showing Eve no mercy there. Eve had to be so solid to avoid getting killed. Laszlo is terrifying when he's lunging like that.
Oh, 6-3 looks like.
Yeah, very nice performance from Oak. And it's like you were saying, you can't be certain you're going to score 5 flags. Eve's not there yet. That was a double. Very close. Yeah, Oak's just giving it his all. He's not going to give this for free. Well, there it is. Hands off.
7-3. Oak, although eliminated, does his duty here to his group mates. And defeats Eve 7-3, And unfortunately, Eve does not get a qualification spot to the winners bracket. He's going to have to come back from the lower bracket, but in the lower bracket, so we're starting basically from what would be in double elimination around 3. So he's actually not very far from the top rounds, and you know, in the lower bracket there's is best of 1, so it's not necessarily that much effort. Group Okay, I'm gonna announce what happened in Group 1 after we finish with Group B. Two very important fights here as well. Chernobyl versus me. So this is pretty much a fight for number 1 spot. But if one of us loses at a big difference, it can prove fatal in terms of qualifying directly. Let's go with Cherno. I have an advantage of 2 points. So in order to get the first place, I would need to score 6 flags. But again, I don't want to put the same pressure on myself as Eve had, where you have to score 6 flags. It's not going to be easy to score 6 flags against Cherno. So I'm just going to treat this flag seriously and go from there.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
But yeah, 6 flags would give me a top spot. And last time I fought Cherno, I remember it was a 7-6 for me, but it was a very difficult 7-6 to get.
Yeah, Isabella Mirror, that's not surprising. That's a double to start us off.
Yeah, she has a little bit of a recovery on that side step. For all the other players in
Venator's
this group,
going to be relying on experience. Yeah.
It's important that one of us loses at a big difference. Preferably Cherno, because he's a little bit behind on number of point.
Yeah, Venator's got some support in the chat. That's obviously Racer. I'm sure many are supporting the underdog. Not to say Cherno's a bad player, but he's more so known for Jan, and he's learning some things. So giving Venator a good fight here would be a huge achievement. But so far, Venator's experience really paying dividends here. I gotta give Cherno respect, though, for trying new characters and doing well. Most new players can't do that. You know, they have to stick with one person, at least to start. And Venator's just playing perfectly here. Stab attempt there. Sort of cancels it. That was good. Nice. Oh, the push! Venator makes that little mistake, and Cherno takes a point. Even Victor supporting Venator. It feels like I'm in an alternate universe.
Yeah, I need the support from the USFC channel. That's when things get serious.
Yeah, 100%. High guard there. push attempt gets punished again. Same punish too. Good on Chernobyl, not letting Venator sort of bully him, and there's an A cut. Yeah, he's making a comeback now. I get why Venator was going for pushes though, that he just wants to end it, but turns out it's not necessarily going to be that easy. Nice, the X cut crossing the blades there, and that actually kept him safe. Dash is going for the push, but he backs off, and now he's out of stamina. Venator's limping though, so he can't punish that. That was quite a twist right there. I don't think he expected. Snap cut, wow, they're just crossing blades. There you go, there's some Cherno.
I would take a double in this flag, Cherno. Let's settle for a double, yeah?
Oh.
Not quite.
Could have been a double if he hit you, but that A cut's actually really nice up close. Oh, the dash again gets punished.
GG. 7-3, and this score makes the group a lot more interesting right now because one of us lost at a significant difference. And I'm gonna tell you in a second what you need. So I'm gonna be first place. Chernobyl has 22 points. Plebeian 17, Subu 13. Subu cannot qualify directly, but can get the third place. But Plebeian can qualify directly if he gets 5 or 6 flags here. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, basically you both gotta win. That's what you need to know, and it's gonna be a very tough fight for both of you. I think it's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and I think maybe slightly more pressure on Plebeian because is in between two worlds here. He doesn't want to lose the third place, but at the same time, he would want to get the second place. Subu has a clear mission. He wants to win at a big difference so he can get the third place. And it might prove decisive. We'll see. Great group so far. Great matches. Really enjoyed it. Plebeian, Subu. Last round. I secured myself to move to the next phase. Yes, you did, but we're gonna see if it's a winner's bracket or lower bracket. Plebeian here. Plebeian said that he was, he didn't know if he wanted to join, but now he's actually in a very good spot. He's in a very good spot, and I would say if he manages to qualify here, number 2 or number 3, from such a group, it would be amazing for him. Subu left. Plebeian left, Subu right. After this fight, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back with the elimination stage. Stay tuned for it. Here we go. So as I said, Subu would need a good win here, 7-4 or 7-3. I'm not entirely sure at 7-4, but 7-3 should do it. So obviously, Subu's going to play a little bit more cautious here. Thrust. Oh, catches him here with the back right. Thrust there from Plebeian. Perfect time. And again, good composure there from Plebeian. Second flag. Thrust. Gets caught. Perfect range from Subu. 2-1. Sorry. What we know for sure in the winner's bracket, we got Tao, we got Maestro. Oh, nice side step. Attack. We have me. What we know for sure, I'm gonna face Maestro. Tao is waiting for his opponent. It could be Plebeian or it could be Chernobyl, depending on this fight. And in the lower bracket, we have Eve and one of these three gentlemen here. Oh, and again the side step. Bada can be a little bit of a bad matchup for Zera because Bada has very good side step attacks, and that's exactly where Zera suffers the most on the sides. His guard is at the center, and a very good guard. Oh, nice combo there from Plebeian. Risk there a little bit. Plebeian is also a pretty cerebral fighter, but when it comes to Zera, you gotta take some risks. You gotta become wild a little bit at times. Nice one. 4-3. Perfect setup for the back Y. Still a very strong move. Nice side step there from... And I think that attack would have landed there. But Subu still got the flag. 4-4. Oh, nice thrust there from Plebeian. 5-4. Yeah, Plebeian is actually very close here on getting a qualification to the winner's bracket. And it might have been like the first fight that he had against me was a 7-4. That fourth flag that he got against me might prove decisive now because Cherno got only 3. So that's what I'm saying, that every flag is important. There you go. 7-5. Plebeian wins.
All right, GG.
And Subu, unfortunately, not your day today, but you know, it happens.
Yeah.
And yes, we have now the full elimination stage picture. Tao, first place in Group A, will meet Plebeian in the elimination stage winners bracket. I am going to face Maestro in the same phase. Eve and Chernobyl are going to crawl back up from the lower bracket to get one of the top 3 spots. Remember, top 3 spots get ranking points, and this is a major tournament, so it's going to be very important. So we're going to end the group stage. And then we're going to go to the elimination stage. So Tao versus Plebeian, me versus Maestro, and then we have E versus Chernobyl. So 6 players left. Stay tuned. Gonna go on a very short break of 5 minutes, and after that we're gonna start with Tao versus Plebeian, the first fight. Remember, fights in the winners bracket are best of 2, first to 14. So basically we have 2 sets of 7 flags. If one player wins both, then obviously they move through. If it's 1-1, then we're gonna have a short tiebreak with the number of flags that both players have remaining. So for example, if you win 7-2, it means you have 5 flags remaining. If you win 7-4, you have 3 flags remaining. So it could be a little bit of an asymmetric tiebreak. This is a system, a house rules system that we have here. So be right back in 5 minutes with Tao versus Plebeian. Alright, I am back with the elimination stage. This is where things get interesting. So we're now in round 3. And the first fight is going to be first place from Group A, Tao, who is currently #1 in the rankings, unofficial rankings, but Tao with a very good performance today, a top 3 spot, might actually keep this position. And he's facing the current USFC champion, who proved why he has that title. Plebeian, direct qualification to the winner's bracket. And I have to say, I am pleasantly surprised by that. It's going to be a 2-set fight, as I mentioned earlier. Tao will start on the left. 2 sets of 7 flags and a possible tie break. I don't know if Subu is still here. Hopefully he's going to join us for the rest of the commentary. Here we go. Tao is ready. As I said, Tao on a very good streak overall of good results. He's definitely very capable of getting a top 3 spot or even winning today's event. He looks very strong. Tao on the left, Plebeian on the right. Let me in the comms. Oh, 1 second. Let's get Eve in here as well. Where is he? Join the link, Eve.
Yo.
Welcome,
Cool.
welcome.
And I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yo, Subu.
Eve.
Great tourney so far. A lot of close fights, a lot of interesting fights. Eve will have to climb back up from the lower bracket, but he's done that before. He's not out of the woods yet. There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah, so Zera for Plebeian. Tao goes trusts his Getty. Maybe he's gonna use him for this round and he's gonna see how it goes. But I was thinking that maybe Tao could use Isabella or even Zera, because as we know, Tao is one of the best Zeras, if not the best. Here we go.
with Getty.
Yeah, what do you think of this matchup as a Getty main?
It's good if you play Getty the right way, and I know Tao knows how to do it the right way because he's told me to do it before. He's basically used his speed, like his walking speed, to just get the angle.
That makes sense.
Stop.
Nice thrust, nice retreat
nice.
attack. And Getty has a lot of.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah, this tourney is like I can't remember a tourney where in recent memory where like literally everyone is like, such a threat. That sounds bad, but
Yeah, and I really
like I'm scared for
this,
every matchup.
I really enjoyed this format though with the groups. And,
Yeah. Definitely a classic, and Plebeian's got to be so careful when he overthrows like that. That's usually where he gets messed up.
3-1.
That's exactly what Tao wants. He wants Zera to just throw this wild swing and open himself up.
3-2.
Slow, use the range. Oh,
Ooh, blocks with the tippy toe.
Set win is primary. Flags matter too. So you gotta keep that in mind as well. 3-2. But obviously winning a set
Tao
will
got-
give you a little bit of a psychological edge. Oh, and it goes with the thrust. Thrust there from Plebeian.
Another throw. Yeah.
Go hurt. This is
Great.
where Tao is double.
Yeah. Yeah, I was finding that too. Like when I was wounding Pekola, sometimes it wasn't the advantage I was hoping for. He was like, all right, now he's gonna square up and defend everything I throw. So sometimes it's not. It's just not that decisive edge that you want.
Yeah.
Plebeian
Not
is,
that it seems. Yeah.
Plebeian
Yeah.
is throwing decoy attacks, which is a sign of high level gameplay. Like he's throwing some attacks to bait Tao in, and using his range. Oh, goes for the thrust, and Tao punishes it instantly. And as a
Yeah.
Zera main, he
Fly out
knows
the way.
exactly. Sorry, Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Tao just to dodge that step, he just knew he could walk right out the way. Didn't
Yeah.
have to dash or anything. Oh, like it.
Slow and then goes
Nice.
high. Beautiful for Plebeian.
Yeah, that was.
You don't see that move very
Clean.
often. It's actually nice to have
Yeah,
some
Plebeian.
different players. Yeah.
Definitely. Plebeian is proving to be quite a force here. Not that I had any doubt about that, but he's sort of
He needs to be careful with that thrust.
Sealed
If
that
he's,
here.
Using it as a first strike, Tao is always going to dodge it. He knows exactly how to not stay on the center line, and this is exactly what I was talking about right now. They're just moving side
Yeah.
to side. And Yeti has a good
Big.
walking speed that allows him to do that. You see, he's trying to get on the side. Plebeian is not falling for it. Oh, but he gets countered there.
good snipe.
Yeah. He did the hop tech tippy toe.
Yeah, Zera does not have good tracking with his moves, so Plebeian needs to be careful. Oh, he tried to do the low lunge thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Getty probably has
feints
the
from
best
both.
grunts. I know you said you wanted to
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, nice.
thrust to the face. He's a bit off of Venator's.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because the stream takes the microphone directly from my computer, whereas for the other two, it's from Discord. But to be honest,
He
I'm
cut there. That's-
shouting. Oh, there you go. Nice push. 6-2-5, all to play for in the second round. But the slight edge here for Tao. Here we go. So Tao has a guaranteed tiebreak match.
If we're really loud, maybe if you turn us down in Discord, it won't be so loud for everyone else.
No. I'm quiet. Not you. It's not that you guys are loud. I'm quiet.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
All right. So we're gonna swap sides. Plebeian needs to win this one. Yeah, same
Same characters.
characters. He needs to win this one to push it into the tiebreak. But if that happens, Tao is not necessarily in a very good position because he would have just one flag to work with, and that's very risky.
Big touch there. Gets punished
nice.
instantly. Yeah.
A good side movement.
Just gets the angle. Yeah. It can be that simple, you know.
Yeah, Vinu, I said that I never got in the chat, I never got a Go Vena from USFC. Maybe this is the time.
Nice pressure.
USFC is always going against me.
I think you're PFL, man.
A good start here from Tao. Nice patience there from Plebeian. Yeah, I'm gonna try to shout.
Yeah.
Just to cover you guys a little bit more.
Stab attempt, but instantly parried. That was a perfect cut too to bat it aside. and keep himself safe.
Tao is playing this as he should, so he's not afraid of what Zera can throw at him. So he's just going in. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice again.
And perfect like attack selection from Tao.
Yeah, just shutting down
Depends.
single tempo.
Depends if he
Yeah,
fights
like
Mars,
accurately.
says Vino. You know what? I'm not usually available on Saturday, but if I'm at home, nice one for Plebeian. If I'm at home, maybe I could do the first fight in the event. And USFC is gonna get a pretty good bonus in points every win, actually. So it's a good idea to compete there.
Yeah, and it's kind of new player friendly too. So for anyone who's unsure, like, and you want to participate in some event, that's a good one.
Oh,
That's got to, yeah.
Oh, nice. He's got to lock in.
Yeah, he's got to change something, and he just did.
but I'm a new player, Vino. You have to give me a new player as well. Oh.
Nice from Tao.
range.
It's perfect
Yeah.
cut
7,
to counter that thrust.
Yeah.
7-3. All right. So Tao with a double set victory. So Tao achieves the 14 points on the line. Plebeian gets 9, but Plebeian is not eliminated from the tournament. He will continue in the lower bracket, and he's not very far behind everybody else. And he will face Chernobyl, actually, so they're gonna play again. I don't know what happened in the group. Let me check. In the group match, oh, it was 7-6 for Chernobyl, so it's definitely gonna be a disputed fight. Next fight is me versus Maestro, another classic. Maestro has done great so far in the event, so I'm gonna take him very seriously. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Again, Tao on a warpath here. He's actually very close to good performance. In fact, let me check. Yeah, in fact, Tao is in the semifinals on the winners bracket, which means that Tao cannot drop the third place in this tournament. So Tao will have a guaranteed third place in this tournament, which means ranking points, and that's the lowest that he can get. So he's in a very good spot.
Yeah, he's dominated so far.
Yeah.
I nearly had him as well. Oh, it was one flag.
Alright, I am on the left. Maestro is on the right. Maestro with some really nice tactics today. Here we go. Isabella versus Jan. Looks like Maestro's gonna stick with Jan for this tournament. Here we go.
Nice angle.
Upcut.
Again.
Nice sidestep, yeah.
He interrupted that slash from Maestro.
Push the Divena, but the corkscrew, nice. That was the time, definitely. Chop there.
Legit range and timing. Oh,
Ooh. Beat to the
that
punch.
taunt.
Yeah.
I think Vanna taunted and blocked.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. Double.
Oh. Oh, Maestro tried to call it out, but get overpowered his slash.
Maestro said no Independence Day for you. Racer says.
You gotta call Will Smith.
The Maestro special.
Yeah. It's so effective.
Yeah.
He's so good at using it. So.
Yeah. There's some times where it doesn't seem to land, but when it lands, absolutely, it's effective. And I feel like lately that's kind of been few and far between when it just fails.
Yeah.
Nice exchange. Venator some sidesteps. I think he's a little on the back foot this time, but that doesn't necessarily mean much.
Oh, beautiful.
Bunch of cuts. Yeah, he's just throwing cuts at certain times, and it catches people.
Yeah. It's like off rhythm slashes. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be a disputed one. It looks like.
Oh.
Good save from Maestro.
Yeah, and he's still got stamina. Oh, he had stamina.
Cork.
Yeah, he's still good. Nice.
Ooh. Not over till it's over. Maestro needs to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Step.
Being a bit reckless now, rather than throwing that combo at the perfect time.
Oh, the push. That was nicely done.
Yeah, very nice. To the corkscrew as well, like just faded out the way of the corkscrew and then sliced that hand off.
7-4, which is good, but obviously I don't like.
Someone should clip that because that was cool.
Yeah, I don't want to go into the tie break. I've lost a lot of fights like that, so I need to just win this one. Swap sides?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Zera obviously brings.
Is it Zera?
Yeah, other stuff to the table. Goat.
Yeah, very intelligent pick, I think.
Although it does go back to what I think you were saying at Subu in some recent event, like Maestro was doing pretty damn good with Yan until the last few flags.
Yeah.
Is it worth switching off Yan and starting fresh in a sense with a new character?
Yeah.
Like maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, only Maestro knows the answer.
Another retreat attack.
It's going well so far, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always a debate. Like, I saw your comment about Alex too, and I was like, well, I haven't used him this whole time. I don't know. You know?
Yeah.
It might have been right, but it's just sometimes it's not. And sometimes the opponent's just locked in no matter what you pick, so who knows. And I know those thrusts are still a danger for Alex, so I was thinking about that and I was like, I don't know. Damn nice.
Yeah, only the player can know if it's a good idea or not.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tiger cut, nice.
That was cool.
Side step.
Oh! When the hell did I get tired? Yeah, Isabella's smoking a lot. Likes that Italian tobacco.
Italian herb.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice sidestep.
Yeah, dash into that as well. There was a
Yeah,
time
very.
where we thought that wasn't possible anymore, but we just saw that it is.
Yeah, it's a very Warden-esque move, and I love doing that myself when I played Isabella a bit more.
Oh.
Igar cut. Yeah, it's tough to say. Was this the right pick? I mean, it worked initially, but you know, Venator's tough.
I feel like it comes down to Maestro himself, like regardless of which character he picked. Yeah, now he's doing it not so recklessly for that flag. He needs to keep that.
Ooh. Okay.
Like
Yeah,
for both
good.
characters, he kind of got reckless.
Yeah.
So I think it's just down to him.
Oh, nice double. Yeah. Maybe just a bit too impatient, but I get it because there was an opening there, and you're like, let's take it. That was wow, beautiful. Yeah, very Warden. I remember Warden would just fire off crazy sidesteps like that at times when you don't expect it.
He wants another pasta de Vena. I can feel it.
Yeah, he always does that like at the last flag if a win seems on the table.
He's only one flag ahead though, so
Yeah.
could be risky.
But he got it.
He gets it. Oh my god, he gets
Nice.
7-5. Good fight. Really nice. Overall.
That was close though. That slash, that could have been a double.
14-9. Maestro will continue in the lower, and we'll fight Eve.
I believe.
Very soon, actually. But the first fight that we're going to have is going to be Plebeian versus Cherno. This is a best of one fight. There's Chernobyl. They had a very close fight in the group stage, and now they're going to do another just a best of one fight. So it's do or die here in the lower bracket. Let's see. Yeah, there's Plebeian. Here we go. Plebeian on the left, Cherno on the right. Cherno was actually in contention for the first spot in the group. He got the third. Lost the second spot against exactly the man that he's facing now. So probably he wants to get another win here.
Longsword.
Yeah.
Same matchup as the last fight.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Bunch of cuts.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a good combination to use against Zera, but only if Zera reacts to it.
Right, yeah.
So you can alter
Aiming
the
for the hand.
timing with double.
Just drops it into her head.
Grab back.
Nice. Outranged. Sarah's sword is a little bit, tiny bit bigger, I think.
Sidestep almost got tapped there. Could have been bad.
Oh, nice. Again.
Yeah, just slightly outranged.
Yeah.
Trying to whiff. You get him to whiff with that backdash.
Nice feint.
Oh, wow. I thought that was well done, but it didn't land. Okay. He got the flag though. He's got to be happy with that parry, but I don't know. I thought he did it just right. It's just it didn't land. That's something Luck's been doing a little bit of too, actually, with his X cuts with Isabella.
Mm.
Bit of an exchange. Plebeian's very good at these long-range exchanges, though, for exactly that reason.
You don't want to hang out in that zone, I don't think.
Yeah.
Either move sideways or get back or get close.
Oh, I think he wanted to stab again, yeah. So that was the time. Down to the last flag, potentially. If this keeps up.
Oh. Not sure what happened.
Some kind of cancel cut, but again, yeah, if you play the long game against Plebeian, something like some kind of stab is coming your way.
Yeah,
Snap
that
that.
one. Oh, nice.
Risky move.
That thrust from Zera, it doesn't need to hit with the point. Like you
No.
can be right next to them and throw that, and it'll. It's essentially like a slash and a thrust at the same
Yeah.
time.
Like a bar's push cut could also just run you through.
Yeah.
Which I think I've seen it do, but like the damage doesn't typically reflect that. It's just a cut.
It was a very close fight between the two. 7-6 for Cherno. Now Cherno has the ability to win a close fight. Sorry, Plebeian. Oh, what a thrust and gets punished.
It's as close as it gets now. Plebeian's gonna have a lot of pressure. So does obviously Chernobyl.
Yeah, this is all mental right now.
Yeah.
He's got the cojones.
Yeah, gotta be so careful of those whiffs. I like the side movement from Cherno. Push. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's
Cherno's
exactly
got
what.
the cojones.
Yeah, that's exactly what you mean about mental. He wasn't afraid. He just went in, and Plebeian wavered. Yeah, because if Plebeian was locked in and didn't hesitate, obviously that could have been punished, but he wasn't ready.
Yeah, Chernobyl gets qualification.
Well done. Great
to the
fight.
semifinals after a great last flag there. He risked because actually Zera is one of the best characters that can punish dash pushes because he can just simply go with the back Y and put some distance between him
right
and
to the head.
Character, yeah. Right, Maestro versus Eve is next. Again, another fight that happened in the group stage. I think Eve won that one.
Can I quickly go for a pee?
Yeah.
Like 1 minute. I'll be like less than 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure, no worries. And the winner of this fight will qualify to the semifinals and will meet Chernobyl there. And after that, the winner of that one will have a guaranteed top 3 spot. Not many people left in the competition. Oh, let's get Maestro in. Here we go. I think this is going to be a little bit of a different fight, but it's kind of the same story. Maestro lost to Eve, but still managed to go to take second place before him. It's exactly what Plebeian managed to do against Chernobyl.
Yep.
Lost the fight, but still got the spot. But now they're fighting again, so it's a little bit of a story. Here we go. Maestro versus Eve, best of 1, 7 flags for qualification to the semifinals. Here we go. Maestro left, Eve right. Jan for Maestro, Getty for Eve. I think this is going to be a good fight. Immediately after that, it's going to be Tao versus me. The two players that performed the best so far in the event, so it's going to be an interesting clash. Here we go. Goes low.
Nice.
Risky move there from Eve, but pays off. It was fast enough. And I guess with some of these fast moves, I mean, you can risk. You can risk, and you know, maybe get a double at worst if the opponent is ready for it. 2-0. Maestro needs to change something here.
Yeah, I feel like Maestro really does not want to brawl with Gideon. He wants to keep distance where possible.
Yeah, that's exactly what he should do.
Yeah. Obviously, Eve knows what he needs to do, though. He needs to close in, get creative, and shut Maestro down.
Yeah, Jan is fast, but he's not Getty fast. So he needs to keep that in mind.
Yeah. Ooh, that was a little too close. Even if that landed, that was not a guaranteed kill.
Yeah. Probably Getty would have tanked it.
Oh, wow, nice.
Deceptive long guard cut, the way I like to call it. But this time, Maestro did not fall for it. It's 3-1. And he gets his first.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where if Maestro was farther away, such that he could have hit the sword hand, that move would have worked. But Maestro was able to hit his left arm for the stun, so that was really crucial.
Yeah, 3-2.
Trade there. Nice fainting game from Eve.
Oh.
And a hit from Maestro.
Maestro has a good chance of getting an even score here after being led 3-0.
Yeah, Eve was trying to use the force just now. Little push. Oh, he's getting tired, but the stab missed. Maestro is too close, and there's a double.
Maestro got a little bit impatient there to finish. And Eve had a very specific objective there in that flag, which was to get at least a double.
Oh, we need the double.
Still a very close fight. 3-2.
Oh yeah, Finn was talking about how he wants a game with no defense. It's funny. That's kind of how he plays Mountain Blade Napoleonic Wars too. He just goes in with the bayonet and takes no prisoners, or when he's cavalry.
The trust.
It's funny the stuff you can do when you spin around with the bayonet. Even if you're outnumbered, you can force team kills that way. Because in that one, there's heavy team damage, so you can shoot each other by mistake or stab each other by mistake, and it gets pretty hilarious.
Eve switched his strategy there for 2 flags, and it worked beautifully.
Low and then hot. Wow, that was fast.
Surprises Maestro.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It blinked, and Eve landed 2 hits, one low, one high. That's really nice speed in his part. Maestro backing away. I think that was wise. Yeah.
Nice one.
Then caught him.
Maestro gets one back. He even needs to be careful here. He still has a very good advantage, but if you're not careful, you're gonna lose 2-3 flags.
Ooh, nice.
And,
little change of tempo.
Yeah, things can get ugly.
With the trademark move, the Maestro special stab almost landing, but good movement from Eve.
If Maestro gets another flag here, it's gonna become really tense.
Maestro special, Eve patient this time. Maestro backs off, but he does throw a cut as he does so with the X, and yeah, Eve just takes it there. He's really good at the upcut.
Deserved victory there for Eve. Controlled the pace of the fight, and although he dropped a few flags, he managed to keep his composure until the end. And we'll continue in the semifinals, and he's gonna meet Chernobyl, and the winner of that fight will continue in the tournament and get guaranteed 3rd place, which, as I said, gives you some points in the rankings. Now we're gonna move to the winners bracket. It's gonna be Tao versus me. As I said, we both have secured the top 3 spot, but I think at this point we're looking for winning the tournament, and whoever wins this match here will be directly in the final with 2 lives, which is obviously not too bad. Tao is gonna be left. Again, thanks to Maestro for competing. Great to see him around.
Yeah, GG Maestro. GG.
This time in the winners bracket, so we're going back to the 2 set matchup. Plebeian asks, just making sure out of the tournament. Yes, you're out of the tournament. Thank you very much for competing. But still did great. Tao with a good run. He lost the last fight in the group, but he was almost already qualified from the first spot. And he had a very good performance against Plebeian. Here we go.
Yeah, this is nothing but tough for everyone.
Yeah.
From now on. Well, it already was, but now it's even tougher.
Tao takes the left, I take the right. Tao going Getty.
Oh, with Getty.
Yeah. And,
I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah, I kind of expected it. Because I think Getty has a couple of weapons against Isabella, but probably if it doesn't go well, he might switch.
Yeah, this all comes down to how how both of you play, but particularly how Tao plays.
Yeah. Ooh. There's an early kill.
Like, the Getty has to be absolutely on point right here. Sorry, I've muted Subu because it's a parsec. There we go.
Oh, no worries. I was just agreeing. Posto de Vena holds his ground. Wow.
Oh, through the
nice
guard.
patience. Yeah, Tower's moving into that.
Nice dance.
Some cuts there. Stab attempt, the retreat axe, nice. High guard.
Across the neck.
Yeah. Posto de Vena into the stab this time. Getting tired after that. Push, snap cut, yeah.
Nice.
Run through.
Yeah, Tao
Longest
makes up
Posto
for
de Vena ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tao makes that thrust work like better than anyone. Better than me.
Yeah.
I would say Getty can be a pretty tough match for Isabella simply because of his tankiness. Sometimes you have to hit him a couple of times to get the kill.
High guard there. That's dangerous moving in like that. Sometimes it's actually the right move, but I find sometimes it just makes it easier to hit you. It kind of depends.
Yeah, well, he tried it against that Posta de Vena and
Yeah.
just crashed straight through, so
Yeah.
he's got to do it at the right angle, I guess.
Here goes the hand. Tao's definitely not gonna make this one easy. Plus the Divena again almost ran into that stab. Good patience. Stab into X cut.
Nice.
Yeah, that comes out fast as soon as you're hit. He was threatening something there, that feint. Love it. And then switches it up. They both trade. I think that benefits Tao though.
Heavy hit, yeah. That horizontal one is super high damage.
Yeah. It limited Venator's options too as far as stamina. Threatening a dash in. Some cuts in the stab point blank.
Again. He's so good with that thrust, man.
Yeah. A cut there instantly as Venator moves in.
Yeah.
And this is a huge deficit right here. If Tao takes it here, that's really good for him.
Yeah, thrusts are good. I think.
Yeah, Venator. With his push attempt at the sidestep. Nice follow up all the same. Yeah. Good try from Tao though, I have to say. If it was any move besides the snap cut, he would have had it.
Feints. Oh,
Again.
nice.
Nice. Yeah, I like what Tao is doing. It's just Venator read him like a book.
It's a dangerous game because you need to feint while you're in danger. Otherwise, they're not going to do anything, you know?
Right, because why would you? He has less reach. There's no point in responding to the feint. And Venator especially, he's not going to respond to a feint that just...
That's out of range, yeah.
Yeah, have a threat. Unless he has a threat to immediately punish it. The tippy toe feint.
Yeah.
I love it. Because it's a move you still have to take seriously, even though it is slow.
Yeah, and that is one of his biggest range. I think aside from that thrust that Getty has, that's the biggest range move he has.
Yeah. Venator in a corner. That push would have been decisive if he was closer, yeah. Tao wasn't really ready for it, I don't think. Ooh.
Oh, he takes it.
Runs him through, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, he backed him up to the wall, and I'm telling you, man, he works that thrust in better than anyone. And I've tried, and I can't do it. I think he's built his whole style kind of around that thrust.
Yeah, getting some Prime Ilx's flashbacks here with that thrust.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Let me change the name.
Ilxis was very, very long range Gideon.
Oh no, I changed it. Sorry, it looked... Alright, here we go.
Well, there's that Y slash there. That's actually a really good move to beat aside thrusts, I've noticed. Because it covers, like, his whole center line. And it comes straight down to the head.
And I think it's good against long swords. Like, it goes over the top of the... You know, so many of his other attacks just get, you know, intercepted by not even the guard, like just
Mhm.
the sword.
Yeah.
But that one seems to just go right around.
Iron Gate from Venator. Stab attempt. I dare say Tower's often the better stabber here. Nice. I think that was high guard cut, actually. Sometimes you can fire that off really quickly. Post the Divena, very long there. I like how patient he is with it sometimes. It really throws you off.
Yeah, this is high level stuff. Like Tao's just on the edge of, danger.
Yeah.
Going in and out of danger.
Yeah.
Which is
And
exactly what you've got to do against, especially Vena's Izzy, but like
Yeah.
any Izzy. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. Really got to watch out for an Izzy that's in left foot forward. It's just generally best to not hit her guard because that
Nice.
snap cut's coming.
Venator's found something for that stab, it looks like. He's repeated that same cut. This time no kill, but still a good hit. Post the Divena. I love how he's just implemented that into his style. It's not just for style points. Ooh, gets hit.
Cheeky thrust to the face.
Tired. Nice hit though. Still not enough.
Nice.
Good try though. He did the best he could have there.
Yeah, this is a cool fight.
Stab, but gets hit. Venator's finding ways to make sure Tao pays in blood when he lands that. Well, in this case, it might have been favorable for Tao there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Still gotta be patient though. You don't want to take another hit. Stab.
Yes. Good pressure by Tao. Good defense.
Yeah, Venator's stamina is definitely starting to suffer.
I fought this fight a few times, and it's what's the word? Not exhausting, but like draining.
Yeah.
Like, the longer it goes, you're just like, oh.
Push, nice
Oh,
from Tao.
nice.
Yeah.
At the same time, and he got it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tao sensed that he was getting a little bit passive there, and understandably so. He just got exhausted from that stab. It's great that Venator's finding something to hit back, but it doesn't seem favorable. It just seems to keep him in the fight, because that's obviously way better than taking 2 hits. Which is what Tao was doing earlier. Another double. I thought Venator probably thought for sure he had that.
Yeah. That back X from Tao actually matched the speed of. Oh, no. Yeah, matched the speed of the snap cut, which is impressive.
Yeah. Venator's definitely having to play around that stab. It's like the one move.
Yeah. Because even if Tao starts like slashing at you and you defend a bunch, you kind of trick yourself into thinking, oh, he's going to try and slash again. But all Tao's thinking is, I'm going to thrust.
Yeah.
I'm going to get an angle and thrust.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he'll find a way to make it land even if you prepare for it too. And if you over prepare for it, well, now he's got cuts.
Yeah,
it's not his whole game. Nice stab.
Exactly.
Oh, Venator's playing this nicely though, I have to say. Tao getting a little tired. Only only so many sword cuts to the kidney you can take.
Yeah, even Geddy.
Yeah.
This fat kidney wall.
Yeah.
Still putting the pressure on, but
Yeah.
they both know it's death if they make a
Yeah.
mistake.
Yeah. And that was close right there. With that push that Venator tried. Either one of them could have been dead. Why can't? Yeah, this is getting very tactical now.
Yeah, neither of them are waiting in any way. They're both
Yeah.
trying.
Yeah, it's just neither one's biting, so they stop.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, there's definitely a lot of action happening.
Oh
Nice try to
wow,
get
it
through.
landed. I'm surprised that landed, to be honest. I thought Izzy would have blocked that.
You can't.
Maybe low stamina or something. Okay, the hop tech.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, you can't just get like that though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Not against Vena's Izzy. You got to keep doing what you've been doing.
Yeah.
That's why it's so exhausting. It's because there's no other option.
Right. Yeah, and it's similar with Barabash against Isabella too. It's just you gotta be in tune with the flow of the fight, and you can't be just trying to force an engagement when Venator is ready for you. You gotta go for those sniping moves at first. Probing attacks and
Good pressure from Tao.
yeah.
Feints, good feints.
Yeah, he's not doing anything wrong here. It's just Venator is making his life hard, but he's doing great.
Oh, that was... He cancelled that. Oh, nice thrust.
Yeah, he moved to the side.
Mm-hmm.
This fight has taken years of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is definitely Hall of Fame, man. Like, I can tell.
Yeah. Oh, the hair. Is Venator going Super Saiyan? That's the big question. Whoa, he didn't punish it.
That was the moment.
Yeah. But last time Tao tried to be
nice,
patient.
nice.
Oh, nice. It broke through, so I don't blame him
Called
for
out the plaster. Yeah, that's such a fine line.
Ooh, that might have been a time to stab, but it's hard to say sometimes, because what if Tao panics and does a cut? Well, then now I've either died or you've forced a double.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't blame him for not doing anything there.
Yeah, pressure's good.
Yeah. You don't want to take too many risks here, because Venator can't lose this flag. It's over
Yeah.
if he does.
The Tao is... I don't know what the word is. Not manipulating, but he's trying to control what Vena can do.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep the same sides. Tao has 2 lives. I have only 1. I mean, he has 2 flags. I have only 1. So he can pick a different character if he wants. Oh no, we're.
Oh.
Okay, no worries. Usually for simplicity, we go with the same size, but it's okay.
Plebeian says, these tourneys are so fun, I never regret joining. Such a challenge to stay locked in for hours, whereas USFC, I can just do my best for 15 minutes and win off of that. Yeah, it's definitely a longer game that way.
Plays on the mental. Although, I've had, you know, a 6-round game final in a USFC, and it feels just the same.
Yeah, it definitely can be just as intense, but I get what Plebeian's trying to say. There can be more, like, stamina involved when you're just waiting for your turn, stuff like that.
For sure.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Close. GG. Tao is
That's
in the
it.
final.
GG.
Nice.
Yeah, very close fight. Tao is
Passive
Inferno.
aggressive. I love that.
And now we're gonna get Eve versus Chernobyl. Eve is already here. Let's see, Cherno. The winner of this fight will have a guaranteed third place, which means points in the rankings. Here we go. Cherno needs keyboard, right? I think. Yeah. Eve taking the left side, Chernobyl taking the right side. Eve, you here?
Probably just locked in, or no? Okay. There he is.
Yeah, a little bit of a mind game here.
Sam. Or Yawn. I don't want to influence the picks. Obviously, he's a little unsure. Isabella. I think everybody's unsure here. Okay. Locked in on Sam.
Sam for Chernobyl. And Eve might go up.
Oh?
Jan for Eve. Isabella for Chernobyl, I think.
Okay, the longsword duel. Nobody can claim this is a counter pick. Oh, what? I'm confused.
Come on, Eve, can you select? Or you're waiting for Chernobyl?
Oh yeah, I can.
Oh,
Okay. Finally, the character pick battle is over. Eve.
okay, so Cherno wanted Eve to pick first. That's what was happening.
I see.
And was offering Isabella a mirror. Okay, that makes more sense now.
Eve going with one of his mains, Kalk, and he knows how to play against Isabella really well. Has a couple of tricks under his sleeve. Nice guard.
Hit to the head though. Snap cut. Wow, that was fast. I'm hearing myself. I think that's Eve's mic, but that's okay.
Yeah, probably. Oh, dash attack there, risky, but Eve does not capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Yeah, don't
tired.
worry about it, Eve. I'll suffer through it. Just fight.
Chernobyl still gets the flag there. I thought Eve was going to surprise Cherno for a second there, but he didn't.
Push, stab to the face. Classic there. And it can be thrown as an attack that way too. Doesn't have to necessarily land the push. 2 hits. Luke Skywalker versus Vader style, and then finishes it.
Cherno here.
Yeah, I think.
A good start.
Ooh.
And then almost lost his qualification spot there, but is making a little bit of a comeback, and
yeah.
he's pushing top 3. Oh, nice.
Oh, did Eve try something?
Yeah,
Nice.
I guess he fainted or something.
Yeah. Isabella isn't that fast, but she is faster than Kelk and has tighter cuts. I think that's really helping Cherno here. Yeah, Eve almost fumbled it, I think, there with a cancel, but he got it. Happens to the best of us, but still secures it regardless, which is good. Cuts there, out of measure. Cherno really wants to finish this. Push again, stab doesn't connect to the head this time. I think that hit the shoulder though, so at least there was some grazing damage. Good recovery. Thrust into a cut. Good single tempo move too, that cut. Snap cut. Nicely placed. And now it's looking quite possible for Eve again. It's really not a significant difference. Probably had to warm up a little with Calc. It's definitely a different sort of character. The back X, that was beautiful. Sort of countering that cut with the basket and then stabbing to the head. No kill, but very good try.
Oh, nice
B
one.
cut into X.
Eve with a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, it's 5-5. Yeah, I think he just needed a warm-up to get used to Calc speed.
Nice.
Oh, but the push again, yeah, that's actually quite risky. Cherno looking to win it. Eve can't make a mistake like that again.
Close fight. Pressure on Cherno
Next
as
cut.
well.
Yeah, don't want to fumble this now. After all of that work. And after doing so well earlier on, actually. But, oh, Eve does the same thing and it gets hit with the B cut. Wow. Yeah, I wonder if Eve's gonna try pushing like that again. He got punished twice for it. At least that time he didn't die. But it's one of those things, though. Maybe Cherno won't expect it, because surely he'll just get punished again. We'll see. But there, obviously, Eve, do whatever you want. No pressure to use a certain move or anything.
Cherno needs to be careful with the stamina here. He's whiffing and the stamina's
Snap cut.
flaking. Eve looks sharp with his
Yeah.
movement. Cherno seems a little bit more wary of what could happen.
High guard threatened.
Fight. A lot of very intense fights in this tournament.
Yeah. As usual, the meta's gotten a lot better across the board.
Push attempt there.
Oh, he parries that.
Cherno
Yeah,
with a
I think with
combo.
the thrust, but it got beat.
Eve is patient.
So the blade was at least
Oh, and a
nice.
side step. 7-6, and Eve gets it with a nice comeback. Alright, Eve, you are supposed to, so you got a guaranteed top 3 spot. Congratulations. Let me know if you need a minute to breathe, because we need to
GG.
get it going.
No, I'm good. Like, we can go.
Alright. Okay, this is the lower bracket final. The winner will fight against Tao. We both lost at a small difference against him. And one of us will qualify to the final. But in the finals, Tao is going to have 2 lives. So here we go. I am on the left. Eve is on the right. Here we go. Quite expected the pick. go.
Okay, that's a huge flag for Venator, I would say. Just that early lead. Now just can't make any mistakes. Nice sidestep, by the way, to counter that thrust. I have to imagine Venator's morale is pretty good now. Ooh, Calc's arm looked kind of broken there. He was doing long guard or something. Speaking of broken bones, I've noticed that sometimes Sam has a broken wrist. It looks kind of funny. It doesn't affect gameplay, but it does look painful. Does get a stab off, but it was like to the arm, not the body, so. Yeah, Eve really needs to change something here. Venator's just on fire. I think Calc was the right pick. Just Venator's countering him every time. Stab. Wow, that combination. Into X cut and Y cut. So 3 different hits there. Venator just couldn't do anything about that. Some feints from Eve that beat, but I don't think he was close enough to punish Venator properly. So there's the snap cut. Venator's not falling for it though.
Oh.
Bit of a pause.
Flick the long guard, Eve. You're free to go. Okay. Maybe.
Okay. Could have also been a mistake, yeah, or a controller. Yeah. Could be a lot of things. Upcut there, shields Eve. The stab, but takes a hit as well. Venator's been very good actually these last couple of fights at quickly throwing a cut when something goes wrong, and it's been stopping Tau from landing that stab, and it prevented Eve from capitalizing on that hit just now. Snap cuts. Oh, getting tired, but that X cut does briefly keep him safe. The sidestep, that was really intelligent from Eve, I thought, but I just think the stamina wasn't there. I think if he had stamina, that would have been just fantastic. Push, stab, it actually hits the body because Venator moved back.
Oh.
Isabella's chest, man, it can just make blows bounce off. Ooh, again, a hit from Eve, but no kill, and that's it. Venator's just vicious.
GG, man.
GG. Congratulations, 3rd place though. In a tournament like this. Still gonna.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. I don't know what that lag was. I don't know why that started happening, but.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it kind of threw a spanner in my works.
Alright, so Tao and we're gonna fight again. It's again gonna be a best of 2, 1st to 14. But Tao has 2 lives, which means that if I want to win this tournament, I need to defeat him twice. Tao got 2nd place in the first tournament. Yesterday he also got 2nd place. Hopefully he's gonna get 2nd place today as well. So I'm just gonna go and get some water, and then we're ready for the final.
Yeah, I'll be right back too.
back for the grand final against Tao, who, as I said, he's been on a run recently. Tao is gonna go left side, so this one is a best of 2 as well. And if I win this one, we're gonna do another one after. He has 2 lives. You guys here?
Yeah. This is going to be tough for both of you.
Yeah.
Although I
Yeah,
think you're
now.
both locked in right now. So
What would Ilya Topuria do in this situation, Eve? What do you think?
Well, he strikes me as a Gedeon kind of guy.
Kind of guy, no? Yeah, Isabella's a little bit more rangy,
I think
technical, yeah. Something like Connor.
Yeah. It's like Ilya versus Connor, or trying to think what other lightweights. Maybe like a Dan Hooker. He's kind of rangy.
Isabella Dan Hooker? Nah, man. Be somebody elite.
I'm just trying to think like rangy lightweights.
Yeah, but you gotta think
Connor's
of the level
Connor's
as well.
probably the best.
All right.
Yeah.
So, what I hope from this fight is that it doesn't go again to like 7-5 or 7-6. So if I am to lose, just let me lose 7-2 or something like that, because I can't go through that again. Here we go. Yeah, a little bit of a mental comfort here for Tao, since he has the 2 lives, but if he loses the first one, then the morale shifts. I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Okay. Some feints already. Long guard. Tao going on the attack, doesn't quite land it. Not letting Venator breathe. Nice push.
That was very Ilya Topuria style. Just edge closer and closer.
Oh, almost. I think the tower's a little quicker. He would have had. Wow, he still. There's a retreat cut there.
Out of range, maybe.
Yeah, it was a surprising tournament, but Venator scoring a flag, that is a very important one, I think.
That was like Connor into Aldo.
There's a stab,
nice.
yeah, it's even now. Yeah, Venator's got a big sword, he's got to make sure that Tao does not get too close. Oh, I don't know if he meant to do that. Yeah, it was well done though from Tao. That's a very easy follow-up to do accidentally. If your muscle memory is after you land a stab, you throw a cut. Snap cut though from Venator. Some trickery with the Posta de Vena. Racer hopes this will be another thriller. It's definitely shaping up to be one. Posta de Vena stab doesn't land. That follow-up does, but does not kill, and Tao just goes for the thrust.
Yeah, I think
that's the danger.
Clip the wrist of Izzy.
Oh, just goes in for a punch. The knee. Tao thinks this is an MMA fight. There's a stab to the body. Yeah, Tao is definitely one of those players who's just not afraid to push you, to grab you, to make the fight messy. Despite his patience, he's still not afraid to use every tool that he's got. And that stab is placed perfectly. Just kind of places it on her chest and stabs her. So Venator in a little bit of trouble potentially, unless he gets another flag. High guard there. Push out of measure.
He's dodging these pushes by millimeters every time.
Yeah, and it's really smart actually that Tao waited for the punish instead of trying to punish right away, because you never know, a snap cut might be coming. very soon. And there's a kill.
He just went in. He has no fear.
Alright, so he got the
Yeah.
first one, 7-4. Oh, not Eve. Tao.
Yeah, and that's the fact that Tao got it by being aggressive too. Has to be like really good for his morale. He has no reason to stop doing that.
Yeah, well, at the very least, he's put that fear or that concern into Venom. Wow.
The kick.
Yeah.
Wow.
It seems
Like-
they can't guard anything.
Oh, nice from Venator. Where did these I wonder where Gideon learned these moves though. These side kicks to the leg, like it's crazy. And that's pretty terrifying too. Somebody big like that throwing some kicks.
That'd blow your knee out for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
And there's people like that too in real life.
yeah, like that'd be the duel over. Like
Yeah.
you just drop to the ground and be like, I'm done.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially if your blade's in the way. There's just nothing they can do. Their structure's collapsed at the very least. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Nice thrust.
Stab attempt.
Yeah, I think Tao needs to like while that pure aggression was good, I think he needs to respect the danger coming his way a little bit more, which I think he's doing right now.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, he tanked it, yeah.
Oh, I saw that, Oak. You deleted it, but he said he learned from John Jones, the GOAT. Nice try, Oak.
The cheater.
Oh, maybe he misspelled something. He put it back. Or he was embarrassed that I caught him.
Oh. Yeah, this round's much more close. Nice.
Ooh. Very good for Venator here. Yeah, his morale, I would say, was low at the beginning, so it must have gone higher now.
Yeah, it definitely seems he's staved off Tao's just all-out aggression. So at least
Oak says there was a typo. Racer says sure.
Mighty Mouse is the GOAT. The true GOAT. Pound for pound. I think right now Tao is trying to decide when to be reckless.
Mm-hmm.
Like he knows he has to be.
Yeah. Otherwise Venator will keep fishing for a long-range attack.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just try and block everything from out of range. You got to get in there at some point.
Especially if Gideon, the simple reality is, oh, you just can't block everything. Venator's fumbling it a little bit, but it happens to the best of us under pressure. I've had this happen. Oh
I
my
tried to do the
gosh.
thrust and it didn't go for some reason. Fuck's sake.
Okay. Yeah, when you're under pressure, these things happen. I don't know why though. Personally, I don't know. So that sucks. Because yeah, the thrust was definitely the move. Ooh, Tao getting tired again. Hopefully we don't see a repeat. He does go for the stab. But Tao is, like Venator was saying this earlier, Tao is so good in those situations. Push. Oh, that was like max range.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
He's
Oh,
so
Tao
good
just
that,
marches forward.
one of Tao's biggest strengths is he always remembers everything he can do
Mm-hmm.
in a given moment. Like he doesn't get sucked into like, I'm gonna do this and it has to be this. Like
Yeah.
he's always considering, what can I do? I
Yeah.
can do this.
Yeah, and you can hear it in his commentary too. He's always telling people like grab
Yeah,
in hectic
yeah.
situations, you know? Yeah, he's very aware. Feints there from Tao. Venator bites a little bit and pays for it. He got a little flat-footed thanks to that sidestep. There's a little recovery after it. There's the aggression. Wow, the backs away, forcing a double.
Yeah, he tried to mix it up there for sure. He still needs to be very careful. Careful in the decision making, like not actually careful, but just making the right decision.
Yeah.
Even if that means being not careful.
Push. Oh my god, counter push. That was nasty.
He's so good at that, man.
Yeah.
When you least expect it.
That range on the push is just incredible. GG, man. Well
It's
played.
more than it looks.
Yeah,
Because you think Gideon's squaring up and he can't reach very far, but he actually reaches further than Isabella there.
Yeah, well played. Yeah, I'll be
GG's,
completely honest. It kind of tilts me that I have to hit him a lot more times than he can hit me to get a flag. Like hit him 2 times, 3 times, and he can still come back and just get the flag with the nice counter. It's a very tough matchup. I don't know. I need to lab something against it. But GG, Tao played this perfectly. He performed really well throughout the tournament. Won the tournament, so he keeps the #1 spot in the rankings. We haven't done them yet, but Tao is up there, of course. Thank you everyone for competing. It was a great event, a lot of great fights, a lot of great plays, a lot of great flags. Subu, Eve, anything you'd like to add?
Just there's a very elite tournament, so appreciate everyone coming out.
Yeah, it feels weird that Oak went out like everyone was so good that Oak went out first.
Why you gotta do him like that, man?
Well, I'm just saying, like Oak's so good, and it's the level of competition of the tournament.
Out of all
like
the
someone
names
had
you
to
could
go
have
out.
said, you just went for Oak there.
It was more like a compliment.
I
Like,
know what you were
everyone's
trying
so
to say,
good.
but you just kind of let the man rest.
Yeah,
we all see how bad Oak sucked, right? Everyone sees. No, I'm joking. I mean, like, it could have been anyone that went out. Is my point.
Yeah,
like,
it's just how it was.
Good.
Yeah, it was tough on me as well. So I definitely understand how Oak might be feeling. I thought he did do some good comebacks though. Like, it's not that his skill wasn't there. It's just the competition's so good. And so if you're slightly off your game, you might be the one losing.
Yeah. And it's always the case that, like, everyone has their like good days on Hellish Quart and their off days.
Yeah, I do.
With this competition, and if you're on an off day, then you're done.
Yeah.
Just like Oak.
And it happens in the USFC too. There's just that
sure.
one day, and that's why it's so hard to maintain a streak, because I've been trying for so long to break that 11 win streak, and I'm sure you have lately too. But yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
To be that consistent.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you
No.
everyone for
Great tourney, everyone.
yeah. Thank you everyone for competing. It was a great tournament. We had some great fights. So Tao wins first place and continues his good form from the previous two tournaments. Tomorrow is going to be a USFC, so tune in for that as well. I get second place. Eve gets third, so we all got some points in the rankings. And everybody else that competed today, Chernobyl, Maestro, Plebeian, Lansnecht, Oak, Subu, and Pico, they all got 1 point for participating. And you know, if you stay active enough, even if you're not winning much, you can still get some points through activity, because we're trying to encourage that, and we're trying to reward all the performances that we have. Thank you everyone again. It was great being back, and yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Maybe we're gonna do something interesting then as well, and yeah, I'll see you around.
Yeah, cool, man. Thanks for hosting.